All right. We are live. It's been a week, but the Xbox 2 is live on this glorious Monday, November 3rd, 2025. I believe this is episode 385, if Jez numbered it right on Patreon. And I'm your recovering host, Randall Thor19, the man with the million. And with me, as always, we have Jez Corden, Windows Central solo podcaster extraordinaire, apparently.
Indeed. Hello there, Randall 419, the man with the million viruses.
Mm.
How are you feeling, buddy? You were quite sick from what I gather. Vomiting and other fluids.
Yeah, it was, flu. What are you going to do, right? Get that every once in a while. Wasn't fun, but we are here, and there is quite a bit to talk about. But I'm on the mend. I feel a little bit better, so I think it's going away. But yeah, there was I think last week there's no way I could do the show because I just basically couldn't. I was taking a lot of trips to the bathroom, so you basically would have been doing a solo show in the first place, anyways, And yeah, so I thought about maybe just skipping this week and then just doing the regular show on Friday. But I was like, you know what? I haven't talked to you, haven't talked to the peeps in over a week. And I was like, I missed 2 shows. I don't know if that's like the best way to go about it. So like, we're going to do this Monday show. I don't know how long this could be. It might be short, I always say that, but then it ends up being longer. But we'll see how it goes. We'll play it by ear, and then hopefully we'll have another show later this week on the normal time frame. So, but
that's good to me, bro.
You surprised me with a whole bunch of new artwork and intros and everything.
Yeah, I've been working on these for a while with Sean LeBrie and also my buddy Chris Gaffney, who did the music as well. Because I remember a lot of people liked the old music. But we kept getting, even though we bought a license for the music, we kept getting copyright claims for it, which was a pain. And then we'd have to clear the copyright claim or whatever. So I was like, what if we had some new music made that was sort of inspired by the old music? So that's kind of what we arrived at here.
That's right.
Some great new graphics from Sean LeBrie. So yeah, thought it's a new era for Xbox in a way. It's a new era for Xbox. New graphics for Xbox 2.
Well, we definitely needed
Xbox changes. Sorry.
Well, we needed. I mean, we had basically been rocking all the old stuff for a while, so it was time for a refresh. Plus, I think there was 2 canceled games in the intro, and it wasn't like a joke like Scalebound is, where like Scalebound's been a joke for how many years. Like, you throw it as Easter eggs, like the dragon popping out in the corners or whatever. No, Microsoft decided to cancel a couple games. And it was like, well, we have them in our intro. And it was like, oh, yeah, we should probably get rid of those, shouldn't we? So,
because they're never going to see the light of day. So
No, they won't. No, they will not. Unlike the contraband pictures, apparently, of the UI that leaked. I saw Insider Gaming had posted an article about that. But like, no gameplay or anything. So it's like, how excited can you be about looking at oh man, that's some great user interface there, huh? It's like show me some gameplay footage of what it looked like instead of just a user interface of like a lobby. Because I think they even mentioned in the article it was like a 4-player co-op multiplayer game.
I think that was in the original leak back in the day. It was gonna sort of be a live service-ish kind of game with a social hub, a bit like, I don't know, I suppose Dark Tide is probably a good comparison. Warhammer Dark Tide, where it's not truly a service game in this vein of Destiny, but it does have like these connected social hubs, a bit like Dark Tide and the Tide games. So yeah, doesn't look like it's ever going to come out. Even though I think like the studio was trying to find a publisher, I think, at one point, and there was just like nobody wanted to pick that up. So kind of, might give you an idea about the state it was in, but it happens, I guess.
Indeed it does. So, how you been doing? How you been rocking? 'Cause I haven't talked to you like voice to voice since the last show we did. So
It
what are
was
you
sick.
been up
Yeah.
to?
Oh man, I've just been I've been playing games. I've been working. There's quite a lot going on in Xbox land if you're a PC player. I know that like the whole this is an Xbox, PC is an Xbox, and everything is an Xbox now. But if you like, Microsoft's putting a lot of its efforts into the parts of its business that are growing more quickly, and PC seems to be one of those businesses. So there's been a lot going on there. Xbox Ally, Xbox Cloud Gaming's big upgrades went live the last couple of weeks at some point. I didn't notice until this week. So that was interesting. I made a YouTube video about that. So that was fun. I'm trying to do a bit more video. I also did a live stream, as you mentioned, earlier in the week. That was also fun. Thanks to everyone who dropped by and checked that out. Wanted to make sure there was something up for people to listen to, even though it was a bit, chaotic. I'm not very good at doing these live streams yet, but it was still very fun. So thanks to everyone who came by. And then other than that, I've been playing a ton of indie games. I've been playing all the indie games, bro.
Really?
I've been playing, yeah. And do you know why I've been playing so many indie games?
No, I don't. Is there a particular reason you have decided to
Yes.
delve into indie mania? Apparently.
Yeah, because the Xbox Ally. So
Oh yeah. The
Xbox Ally's kind of changed my gaming habits. Because
has it really though? Has it really?
No, it has.
Nah, I mean,
no.
I don't know. Has it really though? I don't know.
No, it genuinely has.
No, I don't.
Genuinely has.
Really though? Really?
Yeah, yeah, it has. To the tune of dozens of hours.
I mean, you used to
see in the app.
sit in your bed and play games regardless of the Xbox Ally or not. That hasn't changed.
No, I didn't. I actually
you used to tell me all the time. You're just laying in bed with the handheld.
Okay. Yeah, at my girlfriend's place, yeah. So like when I stay at my girlfriend's, one thing I've got there is sort of like an xCloud setup, where I've got a little tablet and I've got a little mount by the bed, and sometimes I'd lie in bed and play like Vampire Survivors and things like that, but nothing really serious, mostly 2D games. But thanks to the Xbox Ally, but like when I'm in the UK, and I've been in the UK for a while now because my girlfriend's traveling, taking advantage of this student visa thing.
Where's she traveling to? Is this all going to end up where she comes back and you get down on one knee finally after all this time? Like what's?
Hey, maybe, bro. Hey, maybe,
I mean,
bro.
you passed up perfect opportunities, Hawaii, Iceland, or wherever you were.
Oh no, there's much better opportunities than that, bro.
Oh, okay.
But there's a plan. There's a plan in place.
There's
right?
a plan.
And
All right.
I'll be sure to debrief you when the plan comes to fruition. But now, like, because the Xbox Ally can actually run games natively, because it's so comfortable, and also it's so easy to just instantly get into a game. Yeah, that's pretty much what I've been doing. So like, even though I had the Lenovo Legion Go and stuff before, it was kind of like a commitment to actually just get into a game, because you have to go through Windows, you have to log in, touchscreen, all that kind of stuff. And it was fine when you were in a game, but it was sort of like, I didn't realize how much that little bit of extra inconvenience kind of stopped me from using it outside of situations where I absolutely had to use it. Like I was, not anywhere near my Xbox, or I didn't have a good internet connection or something like that. But the Xbox Ally with the Windows upgrades, it has changed my gaming habits. And also, because the indie games run really well on it and also don't use a lot of battery life. So I've been playing a game called Dusk, which PC gamers will be very familiar with. Sort of credited with kind of starting the boomer shooter craze, and I had no idea about this. Came out in 2018, I think, on Steam, and it's very, very popular. It's finally come to Xbox as of last week, and it's Xbox Play Anywhere, so I've been playing that. If you like Doom-like kind of games, and like retro-style graphics, and sort of satisfying super shotgun kind of gameplay, definitely check out Dusk. It's really cheap as well, and obviously Xbox Play Anywhere. Also been playing a lot of JRPGs, man. I've been playing good old Final Fantasy Tactics. Game's very hard. Harder than Elden Ring, I think. Tearing my hair out that game more than once. It's so annoying, man, in tactics games where, like, you've got a perfect strategy popping off, and then it all hinges on one miss. And you've got 70% chance to hit, and then you miss.
What is this?
It's Raging Jason.
What's that?
XCOM.
XCOM, there we go. There
Yeah,
we go.
it's Final Fantasy.
99.9% chance to hit and you miss.
Yeah, Final Fantasy XCOM. So that I've been raging about that.
But that was XCOM before XCOM.
No, actually,
No?
XCOM's
Final Fantasy Tactics?
even older. The
Well,
OG XCOM's
I was more
from,
talking
the
about
80s.
like the recent iterations of XCOM.
I think.
Not like the older, the most recent ones.
Yeah, I suppose so. I don't know the history of XCOM that well, but like XCOM's like really classic franchise. I think like super old before they rebooted it. But I don't know. Anyways, yeah, tons of games, man. I'm dabbling with Pacific Drive, not Paradise Drive. Oh, another game, Rand. Supermarket Simulator, bruh. You heard of that? Supermarket Simulator?
I mean, there's a simulator game for everything basically at this point. Drugstore simulator, a crime scene simulator, truck drivers, train, and conductors. Literally, I'm surprised. There probably is already a game like this, but I'm surprised they're at like. There's probably like a podcast simulator where you simulate being on a podcast or something. Podcast host, because everyone's got to have a podcast, but I would imagine if there isn't one of those, there probably will be. But there's a simulator for everything. But you know what? Let's do some housekeeping, and then we can continue with the discussion. So this week's episode, Jez, is brought to everybody by Surfshark, correct? With our own landing page, I guess, like our own, instead of just a referral link, we're just surfshark.com/XB2, I believe now. Is that what it is?
.net.
Surfshark.
Okay, Surfshark.net/XB2. Yeah, they enjoy the partnership so much. They wanted to give us a custom URL. So really, really grateful for that. But yes, this week's episode is once again sponsored by the fine folks over at Surfshark VPN. Rawr.
Yeah.
And there's actually a new deal going on right now because it is Black Friday month. It's no longer Black Friday day or Black Friday week. It's now Black Friday month. So Surfshark is getting in on the fun with a new deal. So heads up, internet adventurers. Black Friday and Cyber Monday are coming in hot. And Surfshark is throwing down deals like a feeding frenzy. From October 20th to December 1st, you can snag a 2-year Surfshark VPN and ad block plan for just $1.99 a month, plus 3 extra months tossed in like a cherry on top. That's full VPN protection and ad blocking for less than the price of a sad vending machine sandwich. But wait, if you want the full privacy buffet, Surfshark One is where it's at. You get VPN, antivirus, private search, real-time alert, and alternative ID protection, all for just $2.19 a month for 2 years, with 3 bonus months to sweeten the deal. And for privacy maximalists out there, Surfshark One Plus adds Incogni, their data removal tool that hunts down your personal info across the web and tells data brokers to back off. That's the whole Surfshark arsenal for just $4.19 a month, plus 3 extra months. Now here's the tech flex. Surfshark runs on log-free RAM-only servers, meaning your data vanishes with every reboot. No logs and no leftovers. And their encryption? Independently audited and industry-leading. You're basically surfing the web in the digital invisibility cloak. Rawr. So if you want to lock down your entire online life and score a killer deal, hit up surfshark.net/XB2 before December 1st. That's surfshark.net/XB2. Go get it. Surfshark, secure your connection, block the noise, and own your digital life. Rawr.
Rawr. There you go.
Yeah, because it's a shark, right?
I mean,
shark.
You would think so.
Yeah, and I got a bunch of friends who were asking me about Surfshark this week because of WWE stuff, and what was it called? I don't know. It was a PLE recently, which not available in the US unless you've got certain cable packages or something like that. But obviously, all of it's available on Netflix if you've Surfshark on over to the UK, stuff like that. And also, if you want to avoid a lot of these new internet regulations that are coming in, you can Surfshark to a different country and then spoof your connection over to that, Got browser extensions. You can install it at a router level and even block ads on your TV, which is something I discovered you can do recently. So yeah, it's a very good service. I use it myself every day and highly recommend it.
All right. Then we also have the amazing Patrons, which you know, is the question answer thread up? I believe it is, right? You
Yeah,
put that
so the
up.
question and answer thread's up. You get 2 questions this week because we missed a week. So if you go over to Patreon, if you're an Ultimate member, you can ask there. But we've also, before I forget this round, we've also got a question from last week's thread which someone paid for separately.
Okay.
So we've got to catch that one as well.
Well, you're just gonna have to remind me.
Yeah, I will do. Yeah.
But we also got the Xbox 2 MVPs shout out here. So we got 09C Mine, Adam Bartolo, Army Duo 52C, Asa T, and Madison, Battered Haddock, Brids Country, Bright Tundra 1, Silas, Discarded Caboose, DZ Huffin, Fantasticals, Foreign Object, Glenn, Governor Grimm, I Mike Zero, Inner Machine, James Moore, James Wiseau, Justin Duel, Katrox, Laserwolf, Pat Rock, PB Bro King, RS Donk, Scarcely Relevant, Sean Kramer, Shrapnel, Trickster for Trey, Wagerman, and Wolfgang KPZ. Thank you guys so much for the continued support. So, Jez, it's been a while.
It's been a while. It's been a while. You ever listened to Stained?
I used to love Stained. Stained. I mean,
Been a while.
Yeah, you know that alternative
alternative
rock scene back then. Like I remember here in Chicago, the station that I always listened to was Q101. You know, I don't know if anybody here remembers Q101 or is from Chicago, but yeah, man, like I was always into the alternative rock. I mean, I guess it started off in like the grunge era. Like because I was born in the '80s, and see, I don't know how that always works. When people say they're a child of, like, I'm the child of the 80s or I'm the child of the 90s. So I was, like, born in, the early 80s. But I don't really remember the 80s.
You're Gen X then.
I think I'm, like, on the
Are you
cusp.
Gen X?
No, I'm the cusp of millennial. Like, I'm, like, the last. I'm basically,
Last
like.
one out of the door.
Yeah. But I don't really remember the 80s very much. And, like, so when I think of like when people ask like, oh, I'm a child of the 90s, because the 90s were when I developed my musical taste, and that's when I really start remembering things from pop culture. So like, even though I was born in the 80s, I still consider myself a child of the 90s because that's when I developed like, hey, the type of music I enjoy. Like it was very much like Nirvana and Pearl Jam and Metallica and all those Korn, like. Not maybe the Korn was like in the 90s, but I kind of like drifted. Oh yeah, maybe they were. I didn't really like start listening to them until like high schoolish, but yeah, like I don't really, I never like 80s music. It wasn't anything I really cared for outside of eventually really liking Rush. So I always consider myself like a child of the 90s because that's when I started to kind of, well, it's kind of like the latest I remember stuff and enjoying like music and movies and things of that era or whatnot. But I was thinking like where do we want to start with today, because there's been a lot of things that have happened.
There's been a lot.
So I guess maybe we'll start small. We'll talk a little bit about Fallout, because I did see a tweet from you earlier about Fallout Day happened and it wasn't very good, but they did announce like a Fallout 4 Xbox Anywhere Play Anywhere game update for Fallout 4, right? Which then what was your tweet today? Because I saw you playing it on Xbox on your ROG Ally or whatever.
No, I think there's some confusion about this because weirdly, I don't know if maybe someone in chat can correct us, but I don't think they announced the Fallout 4 Xbox Play Anywhere update at the Fallout thing.
Okay.
But some people noticed that Fallout 4 did start getting tagged as Play Anywhere last night, and so I went on. I was like, oh, that's cool. That's good for the Xbox Ally because now I can bring my Xbox saves across, right? Because right now it's on 2 separate clients. There's a PC client and there's a console client, right, with separate save files. So I was thinking like, oh, cool, that'd be good if I could bring my save files across and they could be merged. But when I actually looked at it, it was like, oh, actually, no, it's not Play Anywhere. At least not right now. So maybe it's gonna happen. Maybe it's on the edge of happening because Baldur's Gate is getting retroactive Play Anywhere. or something like that. Um, but yeah, I don't know, man. So if you search for Fallout 4 on the Xbox Store right now, there's still like it still says PC in brackets next to it. If you want to play the Xbox version, you have to play it via cloud. So that's what I did. I played it via cloud, and then I noticed that oh snap, it's actually good now because Xbox has put forward the update or the upgrades to cloud that what they promised would come with the price hike for
Yes,
Game
yes.
Pass
So
Ultimate.
what are
So
the updates that came with the cloud stuff? For anybody that's
so
not
the
well
cloud
aware.
stuff, yeah. So if you're not aware, one of the issues with Xbox Cloud Gaming is that the highest tier of the service was well behind NVIDIA GeForce Now. It was not offering 60 frames consistently, and it was also not offering like anything more than 1080p at most, oftentimes less than 1080p. But also on top of that, it had a really bad bit rate, so it looked pixelated and washed out, and it looked even worse like on a big 4K TV. Which is where I think increasingly more and more people are playing xCloud. They're playing on a big screen. They're not really playing on their phones, because the games aren't designed for phones really. So the bit rates was, if you are a Game Pass Ultimate member, you now get the boosted bit rate. You get up to 1440p and also up to 60 frames per second. Um, and I was just kind of like, I wasn't expecting much from this. I was kind of expecting it to be like in ideal scenarios, but it does seem like there's a whole new encoder attached to this because it is a night and day difference, man. It is night and day difference. The latency's better, the bit rate's better, obviously, but just the algorithm for video encoding is just all up better. So before, like, you could really trip up xCloud by spinning the camera around in a 3D game. Everything would like after image and get pixelated because of the way the video encoder handles moving the pixels around and stuff. I
Hmm.
don't really know exactly how it works, but it's so much better. It is night and day difference, man. It is a night and day difference.
Yeah.
So I've been super impressed with the way they put that together, and but but this is the thing. It's only supported in like 5 games or something right now. It's like Fallout 4, Witcher 3, Cyberpunk, and I haven't even been able to find any of the games. I think like some stuff like Vampire Survivors support it, but who cares about that, right? It's all about the 3D AAA games you want to play on xCloud, but it does seem to be rolling out on a per game basis. So people in chat are saying that okay, so Clobrill's tweet says Fallout 4 update is coming November 10th,
Hmm.
and it is getting Xbox Play Anywhere,
Yeah,
but only for
that's
new
what
saves.
Jesse from Xbox there just DM'd me.
Okay, so it's only for new save files because I guess they've got divergent code bases there. So yeah, so I've got to start again regardless. But maybe it's worth it. I don't know. Maybe I'll start again in Fallout.
Are you?
Did
Are you?
you?
I mean, I guess you could
I don't
start
know.
a new
I got so
playthrough.
much else. You know what I did start again because
What?
of Cloud? I started playing The Witcher 3 again, and I haven't played that for years. But
And
also, I've been playing it
pretty good.
entirely on Cloud, and yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing on Cloud. Like it's one
Imagine
to
when they do
one. You wouldn't even know it.
I was thinking,
You wouldn't
imagine
even know it was Cloud.
when they do a Fallout day and they actually have announcements that like a new
People
Fallout to
want.
announce, like a Fallout 3 remaster, which it'll eventually come. But I don't know, it's weird because I saw people expecting it to be announced at this show, and it's like, bro, it's way too early for them to announce a Fallout 3 remaster or a Fallout New Vegas. Because I saw people expecting it, like they're gonna announce it here, and it's like, my sweet summer child, I don't think so. Or when you get closer to the eventual Fallout 5, because I think Todd Howard said during the thing that there's more games coming, which is something
Yeah.
that I think you had heard that they were going to do. You don't know exactly what they are. I mean, clearly they're going to do the remasters of I think Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, and I don't know exactly how long those take. Like, I'm not sure how long it took Virtuous to do the entirety of Elder Scrolls Oblivion. I don't know,
Mm.
like, because when you think of like, oh, a remaster job, like how much effort does that actually entail? How many people do you really need on it? What's the timetable for the timeline for that stuff? But I mean, those are just regular remasters. Like when you think of like Gears Reloaded, it's like, okay, well, if we're updating the textures and everything runs at 4K and 120 frames, then sure, maybe you got to test the multiplayer. But I think there's probably a big difference between doing and this is coming from me, and I don't know anything about development, but I would imagine there's more involved in like something like an Oblivion remaster remake, because you're basically rebuilding. You built on a new engine, right? Or what was the new engine? I think it was on Unreal, right? So
it's Unreal, I think. Yeah, I mean the Virtuous is kind of like that. Is kind of like their MO. It's like what they become specialized in is these sort of like they're kind of like remaster plus, because they're not really remakes, because like in the example of they did Metal Gear as well, right? I'm not going crazy.
Yeah, they did Metal Gear Delta.
Yeah, so like in the case of Metal Gear Delta, for example, it's like they've remade the whole game, but it's an identical script, it's identical sort of like cutscenes. So that sort of does a lot of the heavy lifting when it comes to doing a remake. You know, same writing, you don't have to do any new direction or anything like that. There's no director work going in beyond managing the team. Like it's a lot of art assets, I suppose, but also like programming work, because like you said, new engine, but they've sort of got the template to work from. So I would think that making something like Fallout 3 is probably like quicker than if it was like a truly new game. You know,
I mean,
like something that they're rebuilding from the ground up, sort of like I don't know.
But I would imagine like, it'll take a good amount of time, which is why I was kind of surprised when people thought that they were actually going to announce. I mean, sure, you probably could announce it with like a logo screen, like, oh, here's a title screen, boom, Fallout 3, we're doing it. But you know, Xbox does have this history of announcing things too far in advance sometimes, and
Bethesda itself does.
I mean, yeah, Elder Scrolls 28, yeah, right. So,
and Starfield.
I think they're going to essentially the long lead-in announcements are probably, you know, I'm not saying they'll never happen again, but I think you're going to see less and less of them. And I'm very much of the opinion, like, hey, you know what? Maybe the furthest out you should announce something is 2 years. Because it's like if you announce something at 1 E3, you know, it's like 2 years is right about time. But a lot of times now it's like less than a year. Like sometimes a lot of people, you don't do the traditional marketing cycle anymore. So I mean, Ninja Gaiden 4 was announced this year and it came out, so we might see more of that stuff. But it'll be interesting when, you know, Fallout Day stuff happens and there's actually like something new to celebrate. Whether it's one of the 2 remasters that are coming, or whether it's an actual like New Vegas 2 or a Fallout 5, where there's actually things to talk about instead of like, oh, we need to do this because Fallout's big now, but we don't exactly have. It reminds me of kind of like the Inside Xbox days, where it's like you wanted to have like a monthly show, but you don't really have enough content to fill the show, but you need to have it, so it ends up being longer than it should be, and because of that, it ends up being boring and seemingly useless. So it's like, here's a Fallout Day, but we really don't have anything for you, so we just need to do this because we need to present Fallout as this big IP. You know,
well, that was the other thing I was going to say. That was the other thing I was going to say, is like, in a universe where they're owned by Microsoft might be like, we want to keep that for one of our events, of which there are many on the horizon.
Sure. But I mean, you could announce... Audience. You could announce it at the Xbox show, but then give gameplay showcase. You know, there's many different ways you can do it. Like if you were gonna go
do a tease or a logo drop, and then actually show the deep dive at one of the main events. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's just full on too early, but it's coming, man. It is coming.
It is coming.
New Vegas and Fallout 3 are definitely going to be remastered. Maybe they do it in one crazy package. Well, probably not. They'll be separate games, I imagine, but they're both coming. They're both being remastered. It's like one of the industry's worst kept secrets at this point.
Yeah. We got a Silas who's been a member for 24 months, says, Rand, anything to the rumors that you were feeling better until you saw that Jez were playing World of Warcraft in your podcast last week and had a relapse? You were playing World of Warcraft on the... I don't think you were playing... You weren't playing anything on the podcast last week. Or were you playing World of Warcraft during your solo show? Was that it?
I was playing World of Warcraft during the solo show.
Oh my god. Why would you do such a thing?
Well, because it's Legion Remix, man. And
what does that even mean? I don't know what Legion Remix means.
Look, there's a season.
Okay.
There's
you live service lover, you?
Yeah.
There's
yeah,
a season. There's a new season in Diablo. There's a new season in World of Warcraft. The industry is in
There
the
is a new
state it is
season in
because of
Diablo,
people
actually.
like you, Jez. That's what it is.
Well,
There's a new
fucking-
season, guys.
Listen,
Come on.
bro. There is
I'm
an
gonna go buy some
outfit.
skins. You get all upset because
there is skins. There are
Uh-huh.
skins that I can only get during Legion Remix.
guys, did you buy
And
your
when-
dragon? Did you buy your $100 dragon? Everybody rocking our dragons in World of Warcraft.
It wasn't a dragon. It was a dinosaur.
Well, same
It was
thing.
a brontosaurus, not a dragon. And I didn't buy it actually, but I kind of wish I had sometimes because
Did
it's
you
very,
guys buy
it's a
your World of
useful
Warcraft house? We can play. We can play.
That's coming in December.
Oh,
man.
but you will be buying the house, though. Yes.
You fucking bet your ass I'll be buying that
God.
house. I've been waiting 20 years to have a fucking house in World of Warcraft.
Yeah. Man, you really are the epitome of the video game industry downfall, bro. Of live service stuff. Dinosaurs, houses, skins,
Bro,
seasons.
No.
Man.
Satya Nadella says you're the downfall of the video game
Me?
industry.
What did I do?
Well, as your title reflects, Satya Nadella has blamed things like TikTok and
yeah.
other entertainment
Yeah.
mediums. And because you're always reading books instead of playing games, it's you that's destroying the video game industry.
I haven't even talked about the games I'm playing. We was getting through some before I talk about any of that stuff.
Well, let's hit some more. Super
Because when I talk about games I play, those games are actually beaten. I don't just kind of just lay in my bed for a couple minutes and maybe choose something and then go to something else. I'm not like that.
Why did you?
You
Why
know?
did you do? Why did
I
you
don't know.
start
I do crazy voices.
doing a southern
sometimes.
accent?
That's the southern
That's your real accent.
southern London accent, I guess. I don't know.
London?
Yeah.
The fuck?
I don't know.
Whatever. I'm so confused now. But you got more super chats to read. So
Yeah.
Get to
Well,
it, Roman.
to see, I didn't know Jez was. Jez asked me earlier, did you watch my solo show? And I said no. But I actually did check it out for a couple seconds, and I did see he was playing World of Warcraft, and then I did leave. So maybe not. No, it wasn't live. It was. I watched. I think I clicked on the video and I saw it, and I was like, oh, he's playing World of Warcraft. Like, ooh.
do you want me to shock you right now?
Okay, go ahead. Shock. What's up?
I'm playing it right now.
Oh my god. Why?
Fighting Lost Legion Wrathguard. Because I've got to get the transmog, man.
Oh my god.
I've got to get it. I've got to get it out of the way. I've got to get this shadowy transmog, and then I can stop playing for a while. Right?
Okay.
I want to get the transmog. I've got to get the transmog, man. It's what my life would be meaningless without that transmog.
So, you know what? Let me talk about some real games here instead of we get this World of Warcraft crap, right? It's funny because I was giving Jess shit before the show. I was saying, like, how like ET is considered the worst game of all time. All the copies are thrown into the landfill, and it caused the video game crash of the 80s or whatever it was. And remember when Xbox did that documentary about it? They had Major Nelson out there digging through the trash and stuff. You remember that at all during?
Yeah,
what was
man.
it? I said to him, you know what really the worst game of all time is? I was like, it's World of Warcraft. Not because it's bad, but because it's been spreading its poison for 20 odd years.
Poison,
And-
he says.
Yes. And Jez didn't have anything to say. It's one thing for a game to be bad and then it's just forgotten. It's just a memory because it's in the landfill. But it's totally something else where it still exists and it's still corrupting the youth and the middle-aged of today.
Middle-aged,
That's why
yeah.
World of Warcraft is the worst game of all time because it still exists.
Nobody young's playing this game.
That's true. Nobody. The median age of a World of Warcraft player is probably like 48.
I think it is like 38 or something like that.
Yeah.
They've actually said that. But
So
hey ho, still makes money, so that's the main thing, right?
yeah. So I've been playing a couple
Platinum's
games.
premium choice.
I finally loaded up Battlefield because Battle Royale came out. Huzzah! I give Jess shit for being a live service gamer, but me and Battle Royale, you know how I feel about Battle Royales. But partially because the PUBG crew, the crew was like, let's all play this. So I was like, all right. So I think I've played it for like 8 hours, and I thought it was quite enjoyable. We haven't gotten any wins yet, and I'm not sure if we will because it definitely seems because Arc Raiders came out, and two of my buddies immediately just went on to Arc Raiders, and I'm like, oh, so that's pretty much a wrap on Battlefield 6 Battle Royale, huh? We played it, I think, like 3 nights for a couple hours a night, and that was it. We got close a whole bunch of times, and it really did. We were having fun, and then all of a sudden Arc Raiders is here, and they both were playing it, and I was like, well, I mean, I got the game, so I played it last night. I played it for a couple hours. It's too early, really, for an opinion just yet, because I haven't played it long enough. Because Jez was like, so is this game where, like, I don't know, you lose stuff? And I'm like, yes, Jez, you lose stuff. It is an extraction shooter. He's like, that doesn't sound like fun. And I'm like, well, I mean, for some people it is, because some people like to take other people's stuff. Like, oh, you got, the knowing that if you have a really cool weapon and I kill you, now it's my weapon and you don't have it anymore.
Alexa, shut up. Dude, I cannot possibly imagine anything more. I don't think anything in gaming would make me more salty than if someone stole my shit in a game.
Yeah, but what if you stole someone's stuff, though? Huh? I mean, how would that make you feel? Like, you stole that person's cool stuff. I mean, realistically, I don't know. You can run free loadouts, which, granted, gives you the crappiest weapons, and it doesn't even give you it just gives you a weapon. So, like, I think I ran a free loadout, and I had a one-shot sniper rifle, and I'm like, I don't want this thing. So you don't have to always, bring your good loot with you if you don't want. But, if you bring the better weapons and the better gear and the better healing items and stuff, you obviously stand a better chance. Or, you could avoid getting attacked by people, even though there are, PvE enemies, the robots that patrol the stuff. But, the game is very much you drop in, you go to an area, you loot it. It really depends on what you're trying to do. It seems like my friends just want to go in there and they want to go fight people and they want to kill people like it's Call of Duty or like it's Battlefield and then take their stuff and get out. Well, other people, it's weird because I've seen online that a lot of people are almost kind of like Sea of Thieves in a way where, remember how people had basically been like, we want a PvE only server for Sea of Thieves because we don't want to have to deal with other people coming to ruin our fun.
That's me.
There are, because Arc Raiders has been so successful, it really, like the biggest extraction shooter, big numbers on Steam, like over 300,000. It's probably doing pretty well on PlayStation and Xbox. There's also
sorry, go on.
Well, I was just gonna say there's a contingent of people that don't want the PvP element of it. Like, so it has like proximity chat. So if you're in the area of somebody, you can hear them talk, or you can do emotes and stuff. So you'll see people being like, "Hey, dude, don't shoot! I'm just here to..." So there's a lot of people that don't want to fight and really get pissed off when you do. I've seen people being like, when they're just about to extract, someone comes in and kills them, like, this people, and then people online are like, this is awful. If you kill people in Arc Raiders, you're a piece of shit. And I'm just like, it reminds me a lot of the people of like Sea of Thieves, where if you're a pirate and you go take people's stuff, you'd be like, you're an asshole if you do this. It's like, yeah, but it's the name of the game. I'm a pirate. I'm doing pirate things. Pirates take people from stuff, and I'm a scavenger in Arc Raiders. Like, it's one for all. Like, I don't know. It seems like, because it's so popular, it has this audience that doesn't want to engage in one aspect of the game. But so my buddies are all basically bloodthirsty animals. They get the thrill out of like going out and PvPing and killing people and taking their stuff. So, otherwise, you can play it solo. You can go up by yourself, and then you'll be matched up with other solo people, and that's, I think, usually where people then don't really tack too much, where they kind of like, hey, we'll go together. We're not in the same team, but we're not going to turn on each other. And you go loot areas to find your crafting materials that you take back to the base, which you can build better things. And there's like whole questline stuff that you can do. Like I said, I'm only a few hours in, so I don't really have a strong opinion on it just yet. So I'll probably let you know in a week or so, because I think I'll continue to play it. But yeah, my Arc Raiders experience last night was we killed a bunch of teams in a bunch of different games, and then I think 5 games in a row we went in with free loadouts and got destroyed. But it was like, okay, I didn't really lose anything because I then went the free loadout. But then there was like 3 or 4 games where he went in there and we just wiped out some teams and took some stuff, and it was fun. But I don't know how fun it will be for how long, because I'm not sure the idea of like, just looting. I'm not sure how long I'm gonna stick with that. But if my friends are gonna continue to play it, maybe I'll stick with it for longer than I think. But so we'll see.
Is there anything that you get permanently in the game?
I mean,
am I progressing towards
you do
something?
level up. You do level up, and you get skill points, which then you can use it on your skill tree to, move faster, quieter, or have more stamina. Like those sort of permanent upgrades. Now, when you're out, you do have like in your inventory. Sometimes you have like a safe pouch. So if you really find something valuable that you want to keep, you can put it in your safe pouch. So if you do die, you do keep that with you, and you can put it back in your. But you have like 1 safe pouch. I think you can upgrade it to 2 eventually, and I'm not sure if you can put like any, like if you find like an amazing gun, I'm not sure if you can put the gun into the safe pouch. I think it's like something smaller, because all the different like stuff that you do find, you can either break it down or sell it. So you usually want to, like, if it's like really rare, it's worth a lot. So maybe you would keep that, but I don't know. It'd be interesting to see if you play this, because you probably would play it solo, and you probably wouldn't want to fight other people. So it'd be funny to see you play the game and how you would play it.
I don't know, man. I mean, right. I'm gonna use a World of Warcraft analogy here, because back in the day,
because that's all you know.
World of
Warcraft.
World
of Warcraft.
Yeah. But World of Warcraft invented extraction shooters.
Okay, probably did
because of Booty Bay, man.
Who?
Stranglethorn Vale, Booty Bay. It's a whole area in WoW where people just got killed.
Okay.
PvP servers, people just got killed. You went to that place, people gonna kill you. Assholes killing you nonstop. Nah, it didn't really invent the extraction. I think. Do people credit the Division with that? The Dark Zone, maybe? I
don't know.
But I did. But the thing is, in Stranglethorn Valley, you don't lose anything. If you die, it's just annoying inconvenience, right? But it was still exciting murdering people. And we call it ganking. I did gank people for fun. Low-level players, ruin their day, being a complete asshole. So, like, part of my thing in getting these modern games, like Sea of Thieves or extraction shooters and stuff, I'm just worried that I'll get my comeuppance, man, for all the terrible things I did to low-level players in Stranglethorn Vale when I was younger. I get so salty if I lost stuff. But people saying in chat like you keep blueprints and stuff like that. I don't like the idea of working towards something and then losing it, because I feel like I've wasted my time, kind of.
Yeah, no, I feel
like. But I did get over that feeling, because in Dark Souls and stuff like that, when you die and you lose souls, and then you run back and you die again, and then you permanently lose the souls. Like, that was kind of like, you can get over that fear eventually. And then it's like, you lose your souls. It's not a big deal. You just get them again. So maybe I just need to approach it with that mentality. But I'll say this, Round, before we do some more super chats. If you guys join the Xbox 2 Discord over at discord.gg/XB2, I will give away some codes of Arc Raiders, because I do have some codes. So I'll give away some codes if you guys want to join the Discord, and I'll put that giveaway up in a day or two, just for the people who listen on Spotify, because the Spotify audio version always goes out a little bit later. So yeah, join the Discord and we'll give away some codes.
I also so Battlefield 6 Battle BR, who knows if I'll go back to that. I am going to play through the campaign, as like I always do Call of Duty stuff, so I'll play through the Battlefield 6 campaign soon. Who knows? It probably won't be very good, but I don't think it's also going to be very long. I did beat Keeper and Ninja Gaiden 4 as well. So Keeper is interesting. Double Fine game, I think, as everybody knows. And Double Fine makes weird games. And this game is also very weird. Although it's very straightforward in what it is, the type of game it is. It is a walking sim slash puzzle. It's kind of in the vein of like a Limbo or an Inside or like a Little Nightmares. Really, it's like you essentially just walk in a direction, and there are like puzzles to solve. Right, you are a lighthouse that somehow comes to life.
With the seagull, right?
With the seagull, so you have Twig, who's the name of the seagull, like kind of riding with you. No explanation for why any of this kind of happens. Like there's like a
that sounds like
dark, mysterious, like thing chasing after the seagulls, and then all of a sudden the lighthouse comes to life, and so you can control it with the left stick. You walk, but you would think, okay, well, the camera, I'd be able to spin the camera with the right stick. You don't. The right stick controls the light from the lighthouse itself, and that's where how a lot of the puzzles are solved, by focusing the light on certain things. So basically the camera is static. It's almost kind of a throwback to the Resident Evil style camera, where as you move through the environment, it follows you around, and it'll put you in like a new thing. So there are a lot of really cool cinematic shots. Well, you'll be like walking, coming in from the left, but like the camera is situated down in the middle, looking up, and it's got some cool vista. And then you're walking slowly, like walking from left to right. So it's always constantly moving and shifting as you're changing scenes. And it is a very, very, very good looking game for what it is. Like the way the art style, how they've done it, and with like the HDR and all that stuff, it pops on your TV more so than a lot of other games out there. Like it is a bright, colorful game where it's like, man, there are times you sit there and just look at it, I'm like, and I'm not really someone who takes screenshots, but I'd be like, oh, that's screenshot worthy. Oh, that's screenshot worthy. Like, oh man, look how cool that looks like, right? It's a beautiful looking game in a way that, like Psychonauts 2 really wasn't. This is a feast for your eyes. And it's also like when people talk about things being like a vibe, Jez, like that song's a vibe, or this thing's like, that's almost like a definition of this game.
Gen Z stuff, right?
It's a vibe, because there's really not much to the game itself. It's about as basic as it could be. It's like you walk from left to right, or you go into the direction and you solve small puzzles, and none of the puzzles are going to stump you at all, right? You'll come into this town and you can tell something's wrong with the town, but if you shine your light on this like sun emblem, boom, it's like almost time travel. So like so like the sun's up, and then all of a sudden it'll be dark, but like the bird becomes like an egg, and then if you shine it back on it, everything it all changes, and now like the bird is normal again. So basically you like went back in time, right? Because you'll see like buildings that were destroyed are now back up, or things blocking your path. And then on another like puzzle, it's like, oh, you go into the future, and guess what? Like the bird is now a ghost because it's dead. Right, so there's a lot of like those simple type, and like you really honestly don't even have to think during some of the puzzles. They're just kind of like, oh, this is what I have to do, because it's not meant to be. I don't think it's not meant to be hard whatsoever. I mean, this is a short game after all. I think I spent 4.5 hours beating it, and interestingly enough, because there's no dialogue in the game really at all. And so as you're playing through the game, you'll be like wondering like what's going on, what's the story. The story is told through the achievements, which is something I've never seen before.
That is really
like when you
really
all the achievements except one, which you get for beating the game, are all for finding like hidden monuments where you shine your light on them, and then like the monument is built, and then you'll get the achievement name and a description. And as you go along, I was reading them, like it really is describing like what is going on in the game, or the backstory of this world, catching up to what is currently going on in the game. So because you don't really have any storytelling elements outside of just visual, they decided to like sort of tell the story within the achievements themselves, which I thought is a cool little touch. I've never seen that done before. It's pretty unique.
That was cool, man.
So like so I didn't know what to really expect of Keeper. I know I wanted to play it because it was Double Fine. I gotta say the game like exceeded my expectations. Because it's not. It constantly like evolved like so I don't really want to spoil it for people who haven't played it yet. I say like, hey, give it a shot. It's not gonna, like I said, it took me like 4.5 hours to beat the game, but by the end when I finished it, I was like, hey, this was pretty good. Like I quite enjoyed my time with it. I didn't know where it would be, like how fun controlling a lighthouse was going to be, and like what were they going to do in this game. And but yeah, man, it was really cool. I enjoyed my 4 hours with it. I enjoyed what they're doing with it, even when the game kind of changes it up. Like just when you think it's like, oh, we're just walking as the lighthouse. Oh, it really kind of changes things a bit. It's like, oh, okay, that's cool, and then changes again. So yeah,
Does sound good.
It's a fun game. It won't take very long, and you can just kind of enjoy the sights and just puzzle solve and just take everything in. Now, on the complete opposite spectrum, I played and beat Ninja Gaiden 4. Gaiden 4 was, Xbox gave me early access to that. So thanks to them for the code. So I like Ninja Gaiden. I wouldn't say I'm a die-hard Ninja Gaiden fan like my buddy Gopher, but I do like Ninja Gaiden. I haven't played Ninja Gaiden in a while, even though like Ninja Gaiden 2 Black had come out earlier this year. I didn't replay it. I really didn't have any desire to. So I played 1 and 2. I don't think I played 3. So I played 1 and 2, but I do like these style of games, and I do like Platinum, right? Platinum has made some of my favorite all-time hack and slash action games with like Bayonetta and Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. So, and I've always said if there's Platinum's kind of like Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, where if you get the right developers on it and the right team, they can make an action masterpiece. But if you get the wrong team and the wrong people, you end up with like, Legend of Korra, or like the Turtles game, or Babylon's Fall or whatever, where the games are just absolutely dreadful. And I guess, people were worried that with everybody who's left Platinum recently, like Kamiya and stuff, and he'd taken a lot of people with him, that Ninja Gaiden 4 wasn't going to be any good, or the studio was basically going to be on their way out because like everybody good's gone. So I went into it with like, all right, how's this going to play out? And I enjoyed it, but not as much as I thought I would. Like if I'm judging the game in comparison to Platinum's other games, it doesn't reach the heights of Metal Gear or of Bayonetta or any of those at the cream of the crop. But it's a lot better than their stuff at the bottom, right? This is a very very fun, very long action hack and slash. So like I think with Keeper I'd probably give it like an 8.5. With Ninja Gaiden, I'd probably sit around more a 7.5 and an 8. Because there are times I really enjoyed this, but there are times as the game kept on going, I feel like it kind of was dragging on a bit.
Yeah, you wanted it to end. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt. Because I reviewed Ninja Gaiden and I blitzed through it as quickly as I could towards.
It's not even the blitzing through. I didn't really enjoy the level design that much.
No, I think the lack of any mapping tools kind of also really hurts the pacing, because if you are someone who wants to do side quests and stuff,
which
it's like, well, yeah,
the side quests in the game are whatever, they're nothing.
But sometimes you want to do them because they come with like good rewards, like health increases and stuff like that. Yeah. So like at least I was like, I want to do these, but like the map design, everything looks the same in a lot of the maps. So it's like, hang on, did I already go here? Did I, And a lot of the time I just felt like it really hurt the pacing as I was trying to figure out if I'd been somewhere or not, because all the maps just looked the same the whole way through.
Well, the thing is like the combat overcomes a lot of that.
Yeah, it does.
Like the combat is so good in this. I using all the different weapons you get, and even though the combat can be intense, And maybe that also leads into the game being like it's 19 levels, and like leading into like why it feels so long is because you'll get into a lot of these fights and they just keep on going. Like it'll be like here's one wave, and then here's a second wave, and then here's a third wave. But
there's a 10th wave.
Yeah, but the combat is so good though. Like it basically carried the entire game, because I didn't really jive with the level design. I didn't even really jive with the look of the levels themselves, really. Like, because like, oh, you're in this like cyberpunkish totalitarian like looking regime. Oh, now we're in a forest for a few levels, but the forest isn't pretty looking. It's kind of dark and drab. It's like, oh, now we're here. We're in like the sewer stuff, and it's just, I didn't really like how anything looked, or I felt like the levels themselves were too long. The boss fights, I didn't really think were, I don't know, anything to really write home about outside of a couple. No. And then when you're finally getting towards the end, you know, the game's like, oh, by the way, here's Ryu. You remember him, right? Now play as him. But play as him going through in the past, but going through the levels you already went through and fighting all the bosses you already fought. Where I felt like the game sort of like...
unnecessary.
It really brought it down, because I was like, I already went through all these levels. I already fought all these people. I was like, why am I doing this again? And then I like playing as Ryu because his moveset's pretty cool, but by that point in time, I was already being like, I like this new guy's stuff and his new weapons. So by the time I beat the game, I was just like, oh man, this game went on for a little bit too long. But the game is carried hard by the combat, which I never really got bored of. I just kind of got bored of like, let me just run for a bit and wall run and all this stuff. And like, why does everything look the same? But
I wrote that in my review, that the combat kind of carried the game, and there was like at the very start of the game when it showed like some of the characters, I was kind of like hoping that maybe they'd inject a bit of Metal Gear Rising vibe into it, like because Metal Gear Rising had really memorable characters, really memorable. I mean, it was silly as hell, but it really leaned into it, and it ended up being memorable for it. But this really didn't. It didn't take itself too seriously, but it didn't lean into its lack of seriousness very much either. It felt like there was a little bit of a lack of a creative vision, but the technical design on the combat was the hero here. And luckily, like you said, it was so good that it was easy to overlook some of the other stuff. But I think Ninja Gaiden's kind of like that generally. You know, kind of felt the same way about Ninja Gaiden 1, which is the only other one I've played. Same kind of situation. Don't care about characters, story, level design. It's just the combat's cool. You know, it's the same in Ninja Gaiden 1. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe they were kind of like nervous about fucking up with the formula too much, because it is like that sometimes.
I mean, I don't know if they do Ninja Gaiden 5, they can take it. I mean, there's they're working on Ninja Gaiden. I'm sure they have certain things they need to do to hit. So apparently it was a young development team. It does seem like it did all right. No, I mean, I'm not saying the game's bad. I think the game's good. No, I mean, it was. But I don't think the game's
it was 6 great. It was number 6 on Sakano on Xbox.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
That means it ranked, which means hopefully it did well enough to justify maybe further.
Yeah, I mean, if they ever did a second one, like a Ninja Gaiden 5 or a new Ninja Gaiden game, maybe without a 5 or whatever, I'd be down to play it, because I think you could learn from what, at least what I think were not, I wouldn't necessarily call them mistakes, but things that they could do differently. Like, it's like, oh man, and it still makes me look forward to like platinum stuff they're doing in the future, because it's like, man, the combat is so smooth in this and so good. It's just like the other things that need to be buttoned up. I don't know, like it's like you hit that crack when you're fighting, at least in the beginning, when you're doing all these obliterations, when you're fighting people, or you're just fighting for your life because the game's hard, or at least it was like there are some points were difficult for me, and you're fighting for your life and then just murdering all these people and doing these cool moves. And I felt like the game just went on way too long. And it's hard to compare, like, so it's like I think I like Keeper more than I like Ninja Gaiden, but also like Keeper's 4 hours and Ninja Gaiden's 19. They're completely different, so it's really hard to, like, I wouldn't necessarily
Hard
compare
to
the
compare.
two because
So all you're really comparing is how you felt at the end of it.
yeah, we're like Keeper. I didn't have any expectations for, and it like exceeded them. Where like my expectations for Ninja Gaiden were a bit higher, and it was kind of, they were kind of met, but kind of not. So it was like, all right, maybe I expected more because of Platinum. I don't know. But either way, that's kind of the stuff I've been playing. So let's see. We got the super chat here from Face23BKNY who says, "This podcast is competing with Xbox, stealing people's time listening instead of playing Xbox games." Oh, that's
well. This is the thing about a podcast.
Mm-hmm.
You can listen and play at the same time, like I'm doing right now.
You can.
I'm doing that right now.
Yes.
But on Face's point though, I read a headline today which I thought was kind of tied into this whole discussion. I can't remember the outlet that said it originally, but they had a report that Netflix was encouraging its writers to dumb down the shows and also add cues for when people were appearing on screen. Like, oh, hi, Rand, you're here.
This was like a year ago when they kind of had notes to writers for writing the shows that would have like people to say obvious things in the dialogue because people are on their phones, so they could feel like they could still keep up with the show while they were doom scrolling because they're listening to the characters and they're not watching the show, but they're hearing things being said that normally wouldn't be said. So I'm not surprised by that because it does seem like people's attention spans, whether that's due to TikTok or other things, have dramatically lessened.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna call out I'm gonna call out Genbox 360 right now if she's listening to this, because for Halloween we had a little Halloween party at Jen's house this past week, and we went trick or treating with her son. It was really fun. I haven't been trick or treating for literally about 35 years.
Okay.
But
did you get a lot of candy?
Dad went.
Did you get a lot of candy?
Oh, he's the lad did, yeah. But his dad went as a big giant Halloween banana, which was fucking hilarious.
And what'd you go as?
Parents love that. I went as a scary murdering bunny with a machete.
You dressed up as a bunny rabbit?
Well, I had a mask. I looked like a slasher.
You didn't have a bunny suit on.
It was the it was.
You didn't have the Donnie Darko bunny suit. You didn't grab the Donnie Darko bunny suit. Okay.
I looked a little bit like that, but it was minimal effort on my part, I admit. But after that we watched Egger's Nosferatu.
Okay.
Right? And I did notice that Jen and a fellow were on their phones for a lot of the movie.
Did they not enjoy the movie, or is that just like, hey, we just need the doom scroll? What's up with that, Jen?
I don't know, man. I think people just need to doom scroll. I mean, I looked at my phone a couple of times as well. I think, it is a thing, right? I think everyone in chat could probably admit sometimes when you watch a thing, you might pop on your phone a little bit here and there, have a little quick little doom scroll or checking of the notifications, things like that. But the problem is when you've got a gamepad in your hand, it's not so easy to doom scroll, man.
No,
because then you can't swipe if you've got a controller in your hand or a mouse in your hand and stuff like that. When you're listening to a podcast, however, you can very easily like play some game or do some service game grinding like I'm doing right now, or even rack up some kills in Battlefield, mindlessly, stuff like that. But I do think there is genuinely some scenarios where, and because everyone clowned on Satya Nadella for that comment, because Satya Nadella said TikTok and other forms of entertainment are competing with the game industry. There's definitely something to be said about what you do with your leisure time, and further beyond that, what you do with your hands in your leisure time. And no, I'm not talking about gooning, but maybe I am, a little bit. But you can only doom scroll or play a game. You can't do both. So if people are addicted to social media algorithms as their sort of literally their hobby of what they do outside of work, that's something to consider. But I don't know if you saw, Rand. I wrote an article about Satya's comments last week, and I was like, well,
wasn't it also? It was also Matt Booty's comments preceded
also
his.
Sean. Yeah, and then Sean Layden.
Well, I mean, Sean Layden has said it the year before, and I even think Reggie had said it even before that. But like,
yeah.
I think this is what Matt Booty said, right? Because this kind of came out of the whole Halo situation, so which we'll eventually get to. But this is what, and I think like Sarah Bond, or was it said? I don't know which one said it, but about exclusives being antiquated, which I'm sure we'll talk about. But
yeah, went down like a
Matt Booty claims that consumers no longer have a strong attachment to devices they use to play games. Quote, "We are all seeking to meet people where they are. Our biggest competition isn't another console. We are competing more and more with everything from TikTok to movies." He talked about layoffs and stuff, but specifically the TikTok thing is what got a lot of headlines. And then Satya had a whole thing about all this where he talked about gaming, where he talked about like Windows and the console, and I know it upset people because he never once mentioned the word Xbox in his entire thing. Because he says, remember, the biggest gaming business is the Windows business. To us, gaming on Windows and, of course, Steam has built a massive marketplace on top of it and done a very successful job. So to us, the way we are thinking about gaming is...
Steam was amused about them claiming Steam's success there.
Yeah. Faster on, we're now the largest publisher after acquiring Activision, so therefore we want to be a fantastic publisher, similar in approach to what we did with Office. We're going to be everywhere, on every platform. So we want to make sure whether it's consoles, whether it's the PC, whether it's mobile, whether it's cloud gaming or the TV, we just want to make sure the game is enjoyed by gamers everywhere. And then he eventually talked about plans for the next Xbox console, which surprisingly not canceled. Depending on who you would, the last few weeks, people were being like it was canceled, but it's like, is it though? Is it? But this whole TikTok thing is interesting. Because I do think it's not even so much necessarily TikTok. I think it's just time, man. People's time and attention. Because like if you're spending all your time on TikTok, well, guess what you're not doing? You're not spending your time on Xbox and playing Call of Duty and potentially spending microtransactions, right? Isn't this is what this is all about? It's about things competing for people's attention and time and money. So if you're doing one thing, you're not doing something else. So like Face is sort of, I know he's being in tongue in cheek when he says, "Oh, this podcast is competing," because anybody who's listening to the show potentially might not be playing a video game and spending any money. But realistically, it's an enthusiast show, so the people here do spend a bunch of money and stuff on their favorite gaming platform. So it's not really the same. The thing is, like, because I have a couple thoughts about it in general. Like, everything competes with everything, which is why I always said, like, oh, Nintendo doesn't compete with Xbox or whatever, which I always found was bullshit, because I think everything competes with everything. So, yes, TikTok and Netflix and movies and mobile and everything that takes up any time and attention away from something else is competition. So, yes, like TikTok and movies are competition to Xbox. But also at the same time, I also think it's just part of Xbox's, since their strategy shift, because this all stems from Halo going to PlayStation. And since Xbox is putting their games on PlayStation, they obviously must not view PlayStation as competition anymore, because they wouldn't do that if they did. So it then comes down to like, hey, why are you doing this? And it's like, oh, well, we don't consider another console competition. What are the bigger things are these other things. And that's true. Those other things are competition. But I also think at one point, PlayStation was competition. Like if you went into this when they went into this generation, PlayStation was competition. Right? We've seen emails from Matt Booty that said, let's spend PlayStation out of business. I mean, sure, PlayStation right now is a partner, just like EA's a partner to Sony, or Take-Two's a partner to Sony. Like, they put their games on that platform and they get a 70% cut because they're selling the game to the user base that PlayStation has acquired over the course of its history. And now Xbox is doing that. So Xbox is a partner with PlayStation in that regard, just like all the other third-party publishers. But they weren't at the beginning of this generation. And it just kind of goes along with all the things that they've said that they've kind of walked back on because the business reality has shifted for them. So what used to be competition is now, it's not. And it's kind of just funny coming from the dude that we know at least brought up the idea of just spending PlayStation out of business. But it's like, we're in this new reality for Xbox where now it's Xbox Anywhere, baby. This is an Xbox. And I think I saw they had a new ad out. So it's like, here's your phone. Like, so yes, another console that plays our own games isn't competition to us anymore. Even though you can make the argument that actually all the games on that system are competition because somebody might decide to buy, I don't know, Arc Raiders and not decide to buy, Ninja Gaiden 4.
Odd.
So like the games still compete with each other for time and attention and money. So
if I'm playing Battlefield 6 and Arc Raiders on PlayStation 5, I'm not giving Xbox a dime in that scenario.
No.
Yeah. But I actually think their take is even more problematic than you're suggesting. Because they've kind of absolved themselves of making gaming an attractive industry. So even in the context of their own argument, it's a shitty argument to make. And that's the editorial that I was trying to explain my editorial, but I don't think I did a particularly good job of it.
Well, it's because I think the argument makes sense at a surface level. And the surface level being everything competes with everything.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's only a surface level argument.
But then you try to think of like, okay, let's go down the rabbit hole of TikTok being competition. Take what he said, TikTok just by itself. How are you going to? Because they have a problem with the younger generation getting into gaming. Because a lot of the younger generation doesn't give a shit about Xbox, PlayStation. Nintendo skews younger, so Nintendo has a better chance there. But a lot of young kids are going straight into PC, or they're just only playing on Roblox. One of those so the younger generation, they're worried about losing because they'd rather just scroll on TikTok or they'd rather do other things that doesn't necessarily lead to any sort of attachment to PlayStation or Xbox in that regard. So I was wondering, well, how do you overcome that? Like because it seems like, okay, Xbox is going to be a business. We're going to put our games everywhere. We're gonna just inundate everything. So we're here. You turn on your PlayStation, Xbox games are here. You turn on your TV, eventually, there's going to be an Xbox app there that you can then play. If you PC, we're going to be on Steam because that's what everyone plays on. Like, so we're going to basically be everywhere that we possibly can to have most eyeballs on us as we can, so we can make as much money as we can. Cool, I get that. But if you're so concerned about TikTok in that regard, how are you going to break into that market? Because I was thinking like, well, I mean, you could advertise on TikTok, which I'm sure they already do, but what does that really even mean? One of the things they always tell you about content creators is that it's almost impossible to move an audience from TikTok over to another platform. Like if you're big on TikTok and you want to be like, actually, I'd rather be bigger on YouTube, it's very difficult to move that audience to a new platform. So it's like they're very sticky because people that love TikTok. So the idea of like, hey, TikTok's our competition, to me, it's like, okay, so how are we going to break through on that? And I'm not sure how I think it's just an easy answer to say, well,
no, that is my core issue, is that they've given the easy answer, because the more complicated answer is admitting that the reason TikTok is winning is because all of these platforms have over-sanitized themselves. And that was kind of like central to my argument. If TikTok is winning, it's their fault that it's winning because they've made gaming seem like something boomers do. They're the ones who've made gaming less cool by being overly controlling about what kind of games appear on the system. Like it's no surprise, right, that the platform with the least sort of controls, like Roblox or Steam, has become really popular with younger audiences is because they don't feel like there's Microsoft, their parents watching what they do. Like when you say profanity, even in a private server on Minecraft, you can get reported and banned for it, you know. So for me, it's the problematic aspect of what Satya Nadella said is not like oh, he's wrong. It's that he's right, but he's not doing anything about it. They've done nothing about it. They're completely right that TikTok is eating their lunch. They're completely right that youngsters don't want this shit. They've done nothing about it. They've done nothing to address that fact whatsoever. The only platforms that have really tried to address this is stuff like Fortnite, Roblox, whatever. But Sony and Microsoft at a platform level have done nothing to address this. You could argue that, like, I know Minecraft's bigger than ever, but you'd think that Microsoft would understand at least some aspects of how social feeds into gaming these days and how trends and all that kind of shit. You'd think they'd have some kind of knowledge about how that works, right? And I think Minecraft succeeds because it's very popular with the very, very young audiences in a Nintendo-like way, right? It's very, you know, in that kind of context. But I do think the gaming platform of the future, if there was ever a platform that was gonna really cut through and become and replace one of the big three, it'd be whatever platform figures out how to merge social with being a platform. You know, kind of like what Roblox has done. Like Roblox is the destination for youngsters these days. They get home from school, they hop on a game, and they're instantaneously in a social network / chat room. That's also a gaming platform, right? But like, what are some of the things that Xbox has neglected on the Xbox platform? It's things like party chat. It's things like messaging. It's things like clip sharing and content creation and the social features. It's all the social features which Satya Nadella claims he's eating their lunch. Those are all the features they haven't invested in. So, you know, it's like, yeah, we know what the problem is, but we're doing nothing about it. We're just going to sit in our hands and like let other platforms cannibalize our platform rather than address the real issue, which is that Xbox has become antisocial, you know. And just sort of like cannibalize each other's audiences and stuff. You know, Microsoft's mentality of like, oh, we can grow the business by supporting PlayStation. That's a band-aid. That's a band-aid. It'll help for a little while, but only at the expense of their own platform. They're not gonna gain more users into the industry all up without rethinking and making the platform more fun again, more social again. And I know that's scary for Microsoft, Rand. You know why that's scary for Microsoft? Because it means that they might have to deal with some awkward headlines sometimes where it's like, oh, you know, like Roblox kind of deals with. Microsoft has robust tools to protect youngsters on its platform already, but they'd have to invest in making sure those were like super robust if they did make the platform more social. But, you know, this is why TikTok and those other companies are eating their lunch. It's because they refuse to be more social. They refuse to embrace that era. You know, even LinkedIn, man. Like LinkedIn is like so shit. It's so Microsoft. You know, it's Microsoft just doesn't get how to be cool. And that's a Satya Nadella corporate culture thing. Like the this is an Xbox campaign is so uncool, man. It's so uncool. Like that whole like, I don't know if you saw that new trailer, that ad they put out, the Xboxer thing. That is so uncool, man. It reminds me of because Surface went through this. Like Surface had when Surface first came out, they had like a bunch of really terrible ads that were just so uncool and lame. And then at some point, they started using a really expensive ad company to do their Surface ads. And suddenly the Surface ads were amazing. It's like, oh shit, Surface might have a chance here. But then Satya Nadella came on board and he fucked it all up. The dude is so uncool, man. And he's doing the same to Windows, that he's doing to Surface, and that he's doing to Xbox now. So I do think like the core of the argument is right. But they should address the core of their own argument. If that's going to be their argument, then address that argument. Make gaming more social, not less social. Because everything you've done over the last 10 years is to make gaming less social.
I don't know. I mean, you bring up a good point, but I also sort of wonder.
Just one last point. Like Rambling Gamer Guy says, I couldn't disagree more. If it was an Xbox issue, why is it PlayStation and Nintendo also doing this? It is a PlayStation Nintendo issue because Sean Layden and Reggie both said it's an issue. Like Nintendo could be more social, and PlayStation could also be more social. Like, but all three platforms are pretty sanitized when it comes to their social features. Nintendo especially. Nintendo's well up there with the sanitization. You know? So, yeah, that's my point. Now, continue, Rand. What were you saying?
Well, I just sort of wonder, how do you even make inroads to appealing to that generation that is entirely addicted to TikTok? If that's truly who your competition is, because you call them out by name, and it's not just Xbox but PlayStation, Nintendo, I'm sure you can advertise on the platform just like anybody else, but clearly that's probably not doing anything for you. So what is your plan to appeal to that segment of the audience, or for the Gen Alphas or whatever that don't care about any of this stuff? Is it the type of games you're making? Do you have to go and make something different? I don't necessarily think like that'll change. Do you have to make games specifically for TikTok? Where if
well,
hold on.
I'm
It's
worried
like
OD's gonna be.
Well, where
not worried, but I think OD might try and do something like that.
I mean, it could, but I'm just saying, like, if those kids are just going to be on that platform and they don't care about any other platforms, well, then if you're truly trying to be everywhere, are you going to then try to move and like have your product go to them? So that means, I don't know. This probably isn't possible, but I was thinking, like, are we gonna, like a YouTube video, you can put out a 20-minute video and then people will clip up stuff like people do for the clips we do for the show on, the YouTube Shorts on your channel. Are you going to have to create like a TikTok version of a game where you cut up sections of the game and then put them on TikTok for people to play so they can discover it there?
No. Dude, this is the issue. There needs to be some thought and investment about how all of this gaming shit works in that universe, right? Like, why, for example, on my Xbox today, or my PlayStation even, or any platform, why isn't there a feature where I can take a game clip and turn it into a vertical video? You'd think that'd be a no fucking brainer. If there was like a Gen Z person running Xbox or PlayStation or whoever, you'd think they'd be like, oh, we need our clip system to have a vertical video. Also with Xbox logos all over it when you do upload the clip, because when you download a clip off TikTok, it's covered in TikTok logos, man. If someone saw that, like, oh, this badass clip of this game is from Xbox with the Xbox logo on it, and like it automatically records a webcam that's connected as well, that's like the kind of social, like that's a basic feature that I've just given Microsoft for free. Microsoft, if you're watching this, you can pay me if you want. I'll take a commission, like 10% of your overall revenue or something. I don't know. But like that's the lowest of the low hanging fruit, Ran. That's like the most painfully obvious social feature you could add to try and, link your product to that audience. Now, like you said, Rand, I don't think you can necessarily turn a TikTok doom scroller into an Xbox gamer. But it's like I said, like, they're not doing anything. They're not even trying, and fashion is cyclical. I think like, console gaming is not fashionable today because all people's kids watch their parents do it, and the parents are uncool, so now they think console games are uncool, whatever, right? But all those Gen Zers who are addicted to their phones now, their kids will probably grow up resentful of the fact that their parents are addicted to their phones and ignoring them, right? So maybe they grow up hating mobile phones, and then, because the next generation always reacts against the older generation, right? And this is a hugely simplified take, right? But my point is that with Microsoft's kind of, and not just Microsoft, but Sony and EA, and the sort of quarterly thought process that goes into gaming platforms or any publicly traded company, it kind of excludes them from being able to address generational change. So like all the people that are thinking about like, what does the next Xbox look like? They're thinking about the next quarter after that, the quarter after that. They're not thinking about like what happens when XYZ becomes unpopular or XYZ evolves even, like Facebook is a completely different, Facebook's still huge, but it's a completely different platform to what it was. Like Gen Z and Gen Alpha especially, they don't use Facebook at all, and Facebook has become this sort of like It's all about Facebook groups now and these like little insular communities. It's almost like where the actual humans are on Reddit, on Facebook. It functions more like Reddit these days than it ever did, you know. Then you got the Reddit crowd too, and all that kind of stuff. So that's like where our generation is. But there has to be a way. There has to be some kind of diligence that they can look at to try and bring the platform to these kind of vertical video algorithmic kind of feeds, because none of them have really tried. PlayStation hasn't tried, Xbox hasn't tried. They're just kind of sitting on their hands and complaining about it in interviews, like, "Oh, TikTok's hurting our business." It's like, yeah, what the fuck have you done about it? You've done nothing. You've done nothing, so don't complain.
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, maybe I don't know. Usually, I would maybe they'll do something PlayStation and Xbox with the advent of next generation, because that's usually sometimes when you see new idea. I mean, that's when sharing and clips all happened, right? Like it was like the start of a generation. Xbox One, PS4. It was like, oh, we're introducing the share button, and Xbox was a generation behind getting the share button on their controller, but sometimes it takes like a new generation for them to kind of like, okay, this is our plan moving forward. So maybe they have ideas for it where it's like, oh, we can't implement it just yet, but maybe in 2027 we might. But I do agree with you. It's like right now, it's like, yeah, TikTok and all these other things are eating your lunch, but are you doing anything differently to combat that? And it doesn't look like right now they are. And we always talk about this. Maybe nobody knows how, and nobody's tried it yet. But like,
I know how. Give me a job.
Well, no, but what I mean is everybody copies off another. They see something that's successful or does something new, and then you'll have like a whole bunch of different copycats, right? That's what this industry is good. Oh, you had success doing this? Well, we're gonna do it too. And maybe because nobody's solved that question of like, TikTok and all these other things, and so nobody's really done it yet successfully. So there isn't the blueprint for someone to go and copy it just yet. Someone's got to be the vanguard of the movement, and nobody's done it yet outside of like traditional marketing. Because it's like, what? Because I do think that 10 years from now, 15 years, that could be a big problem. It may not be necessarily a problem right now for Nintendo or PlayStation, but PlayStation's audience, very much like Xbox, probably getting older and older and older. It ain't getting younger and younger and younger. At least Nintendo does have that, age group that is like, hey, you're young, you're on Nintendo, and they usually kind of build fans for life a lot of the time, right? But I would imagine like when people our age start aging out, and it's like normally they're replaced by the young gen, then you're going to be like, it'll be a problem. But by that point, it's like, it's over. Like, how are you going to address that? And maybe we're just waiting for some company to create something really cool specifically for TikTok that hasn't happened yet. And once that happens and shows people the way, then everybody can jump on it. But I agree with you. Like, there's a lot of things they could do, and I think they probably all have these ideas, and they're just not sure. But I do think, like, very much to say I think it's pretty much just like, why is Halo on PlayStation? And the answer is, well, because we had to change our business strategy, and our competition is now these things over there. When they were always competition, it's just like, well, now we can't say PlayStation's competition because, well, our game's on PlayStation. So I don't know. It's
cop out.
Yeah, it doesn't really, I don't think, really mean too much just yet. It's just like whatever.
I just think I just hate them saying that, because it just feels so unserious when they haven't done anything to address the problem.
Yeah.
There's no social strategy for Xbox whatsoever.
Yeah. Andy says Team ran today. Jez thinks because he's dropping weight, it means we're gonna buy his bathwater. So what if it's true? Speaking of people buying your bathwater. Okay, Jez, that's a good one. We got Housemark who says Jay Allard, Peter Moore, Laura Fryer, and Ed Freeze gave Xbox its soul. Phil Spencer sold it. Not a Phil Spencer's fan. We got Housemark. He's not a fan of Phil. Grandman who says, so if Xbox makes their games run natively on the ROG Ally, then technically this will be the only way to play GTA 6 on a handheld. Well,
yeah, I think
a lot of things need to happen before that is a reality.
You're not going to see GTA 6 on the ROG Ally, not natively. Like the emulator needs the silicon, from what I've been told. So, yeah, you're not going to see that on the ROG Ally. At least I don't think so. I mean, if they're doing some kind of crazy ass binary translation magic or something, like maybe, but I haven't heard that's happening. But you know, never know. You never know what might happen in the. I never expected backwards compatibility to become a thing, and it did. So you never know. But I haven't heard that's happening.
Yeah, I don't. I would look. I'll never.
Cloud is the most you can.
Maybe there's. I'll give it a 1% chance. So it's not 0, but I really don't think that's gonna.
Yeah, I'll
happen.
give it 1 as well.
Like,
I'll give it 1 as well.
I mean, I guess theoretically you could play it on your handheld by streaming the game from your console to the ROG, which you can do that, right?
Yes, you can, and it's a good experience. It's a good experience.
You could do it that way. Could we see Grand Theft Auto 6 be a stream your own game where it's like you could cloud stream it? I doubt it. I mean, if
no, I think it definitely will.
You think it definitely will be a stream your own game, like right at launch?
I mean, at launch. I don't know at launch, but they have put Grand Theft Auto has been on cloud before. I think if it's not even there already. Let me check that.
Well, I mean, that's the older Grand Theft Autos. I mean, who knows what they're. We don't even know the pricing structure of this new game. We're not even sure if it's really coming out May 26th. Like is Sony's marketing? We'd assume Sony has the marketing for that. Will that have any sort of hey, GTA 6 with Sony marketing, does that prevent it from being on Xbox's cloud? You know what I mean?
This is the thing about cloud. It's like you're soon gonna end up in a situation where people own the exclusive rights to the cloud version, because Ubisoft own the exclusive rights to the cloud version of Diablo right now, which is nuts. But that's the deal that they did with that's the deal that they did with the CMA in order to make that happen. So you could see a situation where Take-Two shops that around. It's like, oh, actually, Amazon Luna wants to pay us all this fucking money, because Amazon Luna has had a little bit of a relaunch recently. I don't know if you saw that. Preceding its massive layoffs, Amazon Luna had a relaunch.
Which the New World devs, New World basically ending development. Lord of the Rings MMO canceled. That was in development. Yeah. Because Amazon laid off 35,000 people, 40,000 people,
something like that. A shitload of people, yeah.
Yeah. But the economy's doing great, though.
I think it's wild to me that Microsoft had 15,000 layoffs, and they're not even in the top 10 of companies that lay people off.
I think UPS just laid off 40,000 people as well.
Yeah, and Intel laid off 100,000 people at the start of the year.
Economy's banging though. It's all being propped up by AI. What happens if the AI bubble goes burst?
What
happens crash? Then? Ooh, I don't know.
It'd be quite fun to experience. I've often read about the Great Depression. I'm, curious about what it's like. No, that's it. I do not want to experience the Great Depression, but there's some really spooky videos. If you look at some analyses about the current state of the economy, with the job availability going down, but the stock market still going up, it's like alarm bells ringing, man. Could be you'll be headed south, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe it'll be fine.
Juan says, the Halo event was so boring. Why do they keep making those? It feels like a relic of the past. Glad you're feeling better, Rand. Well, thank you, Juan. Yeah, you know what? Let's talk about Halo, shall we? I didn't watch the event because I don't really care about the Halo Championship World Series. I didn't really care about the reveal. But they announced the Halo remake, which had been rumored for quite some time. I mean, ever really since they renamed themselves from 343 to Halo Studios. What was it, in 2024? And they showed off screenshots of what the engine would look like on UE5, or what Halo would look like running on UE5. And everyone's like, oh, that looks really good. And there was a small gif of Master Chief fighting some elites or whatever. It's like, oh, well, yeah. The rumors of a Halo 1 remake really seem like it's going to be true. And they did reveal it last week. People even got hands-on with it. Did someone at Windows Central get to play it?
Yes, Samuel Tolbert got to play it. I think he might be in chat, actually. Yeah, Samuel Tolbert went hands-on. He told me it was very, very good. Felt really, really crisp and tight, and some stuttering issues, as you might expect from Unreal Engine, but it's still early days. Stuff that can be fixed in better
You'd
shape than
hope it's gonna
Halo
be
Infinite was
fixed.
revealed. Yeah, you hope it's going to be fixed. There's a bunch of issues with Outer Worlds right now as well in the same vein.
I believe
It
Arc
just
Raiders
seems
is
like
UE5, and I haven't noticed any problems with that.
yeah,
So I don't.
like
Maybe it depends on the dev. Maybe.
well, I saw some devs commenting on Arc Raiders and saying like it's a technical marvel that it runs as well as it does, Arc Raiders. So, it does seem like maybe those guys just need to sort of like Unreal Engine maybe need to try and, I don't know, teach the devs a little bit about exactly how they can deliver performant games, I suppose. Like, it's not just it's also an Nvidia issue sometimes, at least on PC, because like Sonic Hill 2 Remake, for example, uses like proprietary Nvidia tech, and a lot of developers rely on like upscaling technology, which obviously isn't always present on console or even like on other, like an AMD APU, for example. So there's like there's loads of factors here, but yeah, it does seem heavily tied to the dev. Yeah, Newest says Arc Raiders is locked 60 frames and UE5 even on the Series S. So all fun and games with UE5.
I want to say even Ninja Gaiden 4 was Unreal Engine 5.
It is, yeah, it is, and that runs. I played that 60 frames. Well,
yeah,
maybe
at
not
60 frames,
like
and also at
frames
120 frames mode too. If you
yeah.
But I mean,
on the base, yeah, that runs really well on the base Xbox Ally. That's so like, it does seem like there are situations where that engine can deliver, but obviously a lot of situations.
Man, was Keeper Unreal Engine?
Everything. I think it was. Yeah.
The funny thing about Keeper is it's locked 30 frames, which you wouldn't think for a game like that, but also.
Oh yeah.
It's not that noticeable. But it's not that noticeable because you don't have control of the camera. Yeah,
I don't know. Like an interactive art project.
Yeah, I mean that's almost a good way of describing it. But the Halo situation, which
there was a lot of salt about Halo.
Well, it's the funny thing about this, and I don't know if it's funny.
I want to hear your take because you're more of a Halo fan than me, so I want to hear your take.
So
because I was like sick because you were sick at the time, but I was sitting watching Twitter and like really big content creators weighing in about all the Halo discourse and some of the takes were just like as a sort of like, I've completed the Halo games on Legendary. I did 1, 2, and 3 on Legendary, I think, with my brother. Back in the day, it was almost like a thing that we do, but apparently that is not enough to make you a Halo fan. So like I fully avoid calling myself a Halo fan because the sheer volume of gatekeeping that exists in that community is like unlike anything I've ever seen.
Well, there's a saying. Nobody hates Halo more than Halo fans, right? But I guess you could say that it's true about everything else. So there's a couple different things here. There's like the Halo, like what do I think of the remake itself? So when I watched it, I was like, hey, the graphical upgrade looks great. I thought. I mean, to be fair, I also haven't played Halo 1 since 2004 when I did get an Xbox, and I played it again when they did the first remaster in the anniversary. I forget what year that was. And then I played it again in the Master Chief Collection, but I always played with the new graphics setting. So it's been a long time since I actually sort of remember what Halo 1 looked like. But, you watch the side-by-side videos, you see what it is. I'm like, okay, that looks great. Like, it looks like a current-gen game. Like, I'm fine with the visuals. But as I knew it would happen, it's not so much like what it looks like, it's how it plays. Because Halo does have a certain feel, more so than a lot of other games. And, I had heard about the demo, but like I knew I had heard about some things about it, and I had heard like, hey, Sprint's in, this is in, they're doing this stuff, and I'm like, oh boy. Because I already know how the Halo community felt about Sprint being in the game. in like Halo 5, or I think it was even in Halo Reach as like one of the like abilities or whatever. And okay, but so I'm not surprised by the level of outrage
Drama.
or the discussion about any of it, because it's like, this is a game that was a certain way for a long time that a lot of people have built up in their heads as not necessarily the perfect game, but as a seminal game for them. One of the reasons why I fell in love with gaming, or one of the reasons why I'm on Xbox, or whatever you've built up that game up in your head. So if you're changing anything, then if you're really someone who doesn't really like change very much, it's going to bother you. And because it's a remake and you need to make everything look pretty, but you're not really changing too much, a lot of that game is built on how fast Master Chief moves. So I did see a lot of people complaining that it completely ruins the experience if you're sprinting through areas that you're normally supposed to walk really slower through, because you're supposed to imagine what could be on. Oh, I'm about to turn the corner here. What's going to be there? Oh, it's nothing. Because now I can just sprint through it all and get to the next section, and it ruins the pacing. And it's like, yeah,
Don't you control the buttons you press?
Yeah, people said that.
Don't fucking press the button then.
Well, people are like, well, if the button's there to press, people are going to press it. But I mean, you can even go into the menu and I think and disable it. And I guess what I've seen people who say they shouldn't have added it is because it doesn't make the game better, or they haven't explained why adding it is a good feature. It's just like, oh, if you don't like it, don't use it, right?
I want sprint in Halo. I'm going to play the whole game of sprint. I'm going to play with it permanently turned on.
But it's like we always said.
If there's a limit on how much you can sprint, I'm going to download a mod that will let me sprint more. And also sprint faster.
But it's like we said when we talked about this idea of the remake anyways, where if you're bringing this to a new audience, which you are because it's on PlayStation, it has to be changed. You can't put Halo from 2001 onto new platforms when you're trying to build Halo back up, because Halo's fallen far from where it used to be. So it's kind of one of those things where, you talk about TikTok and modern audiences. Sprint's one of those things that kind of has to be implemented. Otherwise, a lot of people aren't going to care. They either won't be interested in playing it, or if they do play it, they'll just immediately turn off, and then they're not going to care what else they're going to do in the future. And I know that bothers people. That bothers like the Halo purists. But at the same time, it's like, this is sort of the problem with Halo in general, is that you have these purists who don't want anything to change and want everything to remain how it always has been. And then you have like the company, Microsoft, being like, well, we need this franchise to grow because it's expensive, And then you have the tastes of the modern audience who are, accustomed to, hey, this is how Battlefield 6 plays and Call of Duty plays, and this is how I play these games. And if you introduce something slower, it's probably not going to jive, and it's not going to be successful. And if it's not going to be successful, are you going to get any more of these things? And I think by adding all this stuff, I think there's a better chance that Halo CE Remake will be more successful than if they just made it a faithful remake. I honestly believe that. I think if they made it a faithful remake where it's like just the graphics are improved, but there's no sprint, there's none of that stuff, I'm not sure it does that well, because it's 2025.
Rand,
what?
I want your opinion on something,
okay.
And it is related to this. So I interviewed the game director of Warcraft this weekend.
Okay.
Ian Hazikostas, and I put that up on Windows Central, and it's also on Shackle Fury if anyone wants to listen to a WoW podcast. But he said something interesting about feedback in the modern era. Because we asked him, like, because WoW's 20 years old, and similar. It's a similar situation with Halo, because WoW is like, people think about WoW in a very certain way, and people want things to be a very specific way in World of Warcraft as well. Especially WoW Classic, and that's why like Blizzard separated the game into two different versions. One that's like old for old people and one that's like new for new people, basically. And we asked him, like, how do you feel like feedback and how has the WoW community evolved over the last 20 years? And he said something that's interesting that really resonated with me. And he said that one of the biggest changes he's seen in the WoW community, I'm paraphrasing it, but he said one of the biggest changes he's seen in the WoW community, or just he said gaming in general, was the homogenization of feedback. And he said, like, back in the day when he first started doing this, before social media was really a super popular thing, he'd get like a variety of feedback on a variety of different topics. But these days, when he gets feedback, he said that he knows exactly which YouTuber's video he watched. The person who's giving him the feedback, he knows exactly what YouTube video was watched that created that feedback, and that the guy like didn't have any feedback of his own. And he said that like that doesn't make the feedback any less valid, but it was also like it feels like there's a homogenization of feedback, and that people feel like they've got to be on one side or the other of an issue, which is kind of like why I'm kind of joking and being facetious that I want to play with sprint permanently turned on. And now it feels like it's because of the way this is getting a bit philosophical, but because of the way algorithms are sort of handled in a binary kind of nature, people feel like they have to fall on one side or the other of an issue. And those are like, that's the discussion starts becoming less about like, is this Halo going to be fun? And more about like the virtues of whether or not fucking sprint should be in the game. Is it really that big of a deal? Or is it just like a handful of specific content creators kind of pushing that message?
But I don't think it's that big of a deal. I mean, I prefer sprint to be in it than not be in it, because I do want Halo to be successful, and I do think you need to change things for it to be successful. So I'm all for sprint being in it, and I really like. Remember we talked about this before? I said I don't really have any interest in playing Halo CE again, and honestly, seeing that stuff, I was like, eh. And seeing sprint and all that stuff added, it does get me like, oh, maybe I could go through the run. But you know what really sealed the deal for me? That now I do want to play it. The fact that they went and they built, they went and they built 3 prequel missions.
Yeah, I did see that. Like even that, because I did tweet something that some people didn't like. I tweeted that I feel the same way about this as I did about the Gears remaster. Like I've already played this. Why do I want it? But I wasn't aware that they were adding extra stuff. So the fact that there is like extra stuff, like even I'm kind of interested.
Yeah, so now that intrigues me. It's something I haven't played before. What could it possibly be? I think Sergeant Johnson's in it. Is it going to be like them on Reach or whatever? So it's like now it's like, all right.
Because the game does start in the middle of shit popping off. Like they're on the ship and
yeah,
I can't remember exactly what's going on, but there's like the Covenant are breaking into the ship, and then he's like, you know. So you sort of go straight into it. So.
Yeah, so like the reactions to them adding all this stuff is exactly how I thought it would go. You'd have people being like, this isn't a big deal. In fact, I welcome it. And then you're going to have like some people being like, this is an utter disgrace and this is awful. And I've seen ex-Halo devs come out and say it's bad, but then I've seen other ex-Halo devs come out and say, actually, this is really good. So it seems even split along that ways. And then there's the Halo, there's like the fact that it's on PS5, right? There's the other aspect of this, because it's not just enough for just Halo to be like, now it's on PlayStation, and then the whole argument and whole discussion about what that means. And I get it. Like I understand why for some this is like a bridge too far, because like Halo has meant more to Xbox than, you know, most of the other franchises. Even if though all these other franchises have eclipsed Halo, like Forza Horizon, for example, I think is clearly a bigger franchise than Halo. Like Halo's heyday is gone. Like, you know, it'd be one thing if
you mean Halo's smaller than Warcraft, is what you're saying.
That's what you're saying.
No, but it is true, isn't it? Like Warcraft's more relevant than Halo. You'd have to admit that, wouldn't you, Rand?
I don't have to admit that. I don't have to. I'm just saying.
I think like, everyone in chat, you guys too, you'd have to admit that.
I'm more referring to games that Xbox built themselves, because clearly Minecraft eclipsed Halo long time ago, right? And yes, there are like Activision franchises like Call of Duty and stuff, and maybe even like Overwatch at the time in like 2016. And yeah, you could say like the longevity of World of Warcraft or whatever, like so the stuff they bought, and you could make the argument, hey, Fallout's bigger than Halo at this point in time, or Elder Scrolls or whatever, right? But I was specifically talking about like games that Xbox built that had a hand in it, the Halo Gears, Forza, and all the other stuff.
Of Xbox.
Yeah, what people consider that, and Forza's eclipsed it, but it's always been Master Chief because it's been there since day one. And I think that's one of the reasons why people view it that way, where Forza came much later, and then Forza Horizon itself is a spin-off anyways. So Halo's been at the center, and I mean you have quotes from Phil being like, "If we lose our way with Halo, we lose our way with Xbox," and they did lose their way with Halo, and depending on who you asked, they lost their way with Xbox, right? So kind of the statement ended up being true. So the thing that I look at when I look at the reactions to this is the just disingenuous. It's not like, how do I accurately say this? I think there are people who play it up specifically to get a rise out of other people, or who
I do.
Well,
I
sure,
give a fuck.
But not necessarily you, but like the idea that this was a surprise is absurd to me. The idea that anybody was surprised that Microsoft was going to put Halo on Xbox or Halo on PlayStation is patently ridiculous. So when I see people feign surprise, or when I see people like go along that obvious route of whatever, I'm just like, bro, they've literally the writing was on the wall over a year ago, right? When they said there's no red lines, and they said we're going to be more games to PlayStation, and then Forza Horizon 5 came over, and then Gears came over. It's like, yeah, they're basically telling you without telling you that Halo eventually is going to come. So I unless you're just not paying attention, and you're not paying attention.
I wrote it in my article last year that Halo was coming.
Yeah, but unless you're just like not paying attention to anything that goes on in the industry, and you're just doing your own thing, and all of a sudden you see Halo on PlayStation. Okay, well maybe that would be a surprise if you're just some random guy that doesn't really know what's going on. But like, I'm talking about people that hang out in the podcast chats or listen to us or other, and I just saw like, oh my, what? This is great. I'm like, crazy, surprising. How? Like,
oh yeah.
I don't understand, and I sort of feel when I see that stuff, I'm like, are you just engagement farming and just trying to piss people off? Because this was the most obvious thing that was going to happen, that you could plant a flag on it. I don't like. I want to say those people are just being disingenuous with how some of their reactions met with, but I always sort of knew this was gonna be, because Halo was meant a lot to a lot of people, and it was always the centerpiece of Xbox. That for everybody, for a lot of people, this was gonna be like the straw that broke the camel's back, quote unquote.
It is a watershed moment.
It is. It's like Sega putting Sonic on Nintendo, where it was like you have these two competitors for a long time, Sega and Mario, and then Sega gets out of the hardware business, and boom, you see Sonic on a Nintendo device, and you're like, hey, I never thought I'd see this, and it's like literally you have like 45-year-olds being like, oh my god, my mind, how could this possibly happen? Halo's Master Chief's gonna be on PlayStation. What the fuck? The world's ending. Oh my god. I'm just like, maybe it's because I'm so in tune with everything that's going on in Xbox and the gaming industry, whatever, that it was like,
nah. There were definitely plenty of people who knew this was happening. And
there was new.
They used it for farming purposes.
I had heard a long time ago that
even Linus, a lot of even these like mainstream YouTubers, they picked up on this and they knew it was going to be a hot topic, and you even saw people like Linus Tech Tips like getting on the watershed moment.
Sure.
Clickbait.
Yeah, but
like, Xbox.
I guess that's what I was thinking.
Like,
whatever.
Bro, this is the strategy that's existed for a couple of years now.
Yeah. I was just I'm not surprised by it because I do think it drives engagement because I do think it makes people feel a certain way.
Mm.
Negative feelings versus positive ones, but it was like, bro, I had heard Halo Master Chief Collection was in testing for go to PlayStation years ago. And I mean, clearly they must have shifted their strategy and they decided, well, maybe the Unreal Engine stuff happened and they made the switch to that. So it's like, well, why put the Master Chief Collection on PlayStation for $40 when we can basically put each individual Halo game on PlayStation and sell for whatever they're going to sell for? Because then there's rumors that Halo 2 and Halo 3 remake are in development, are going to be in development, which is like, yeah, most likely. Because if you do,
well, I heard I actually heard Master Chief Collection was the first game that was going to go to PlayStation, but that was a long.
It was in
time
testing.
Ago, and I think it was.
I know it was in testing, and it was it was just they
just
didn't do it for whatever reason,
yeah.
And maybe they was like, okay, we made the switch to Unreal, and now we can remake these games, and it's a lot more financially. You can make a lot more money selling each game by itself for $60 than you could selling one thing for 40.
You mean instead of a Gears collection, we get them all separately?
Yeah, but then I did hear like the Gears games, like Gears 2 and 3 weren't in development when Gears 1 came out, though. And they'd only would do Gears 2 and 3 if, Gears 1 met a certain milestone, then they put Gears 2 in development, because there are people that do think like, oh, they made all three of them and they just split them. So that like next year we'll get Gears 2 or the year after we'll get Gears 3. And maybe, I don't know how long it takes to make those remasters, but I was told that basically, no, Gears 2 and 3 aren't in development yet. But like Halo 2 and 3 being in development, or at least being considered, that makes sense because, there's a lot of Halo games you could sell. And there is that, I mean, if you're a PlayStation fan, there is that like, oh, you see Halo on the store in the marketplace, you might just get it because of the, what's the right word for that scenario? The novelty of it, of like, oh my god, Master Chief on my PlayStation 5, and you just get it because it's like, you maybe feel you're part of history.
Well, it's also like owning it like permanently. Like once you bought something, like generally speaking, games you own don't get delisted, and like that has happened. But like on these platforms, like generally don't delist games. Like I was burned by this today because Sega is delisted, condemned from Xbox 360 backwards compatibility.
Yeah. That's there's a rumor that it's coming up on its 20th anniversary, and maybe there's a remaster coming.
Yeah, I mean, which would be fine, but I was also like, shit, I didn't buy that when I had the chance. So now I've like gone and bought a bunch of 360 games that I didn't own yet, just to make sure that I still have them. Like I was really lucky because Sega also delisted its Mega Drive collection from Xbox 360 backwards compatibility emulator. But luckily, I found a code in my inbox, a review code that I hadn't used. So I managed to get that. I managed to slip in the door after the cutoff. But I mean, yeah, man, it's I don't. Do you think Gears did well enough to justify remastering 2 and 3? Because I don't.
Well, the thing is, I don't think you don't need to do 2 and 3 because E-Day is a prequel. So you could just do 1 and you get like the basic Marcus and Dom backstory. And that's partially also one of the reasons why I tell you they'll never finish off the trilogy and do 6. Because if you're going to be a multi-platform developer and you're going to be putting stuff on Switch 2 and PlayStation, you kind of need the whole story to be there. And it's like, so you would have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 to make room for 6. And I guess that's certainly possible, but I only see diminishing returns from like people that bought 1 less. It's not like more people are going to buy 2 and then more people even buy 3 and then more people buy 4. I think you just like, let's just say you start off at 5 million sales for 1. It probably goes down to 4 million for 2 and then even less for 3 and then even less for 4 and less for 5. And that's kind of one of my other reasons why I don't think they'll ever go back to 6. And it's like, what's the purpose? Like you have a new story with the characters you already put in here and you can just continue on from this point, especially if it's successful, which I think it will be. I think it will be really, really successful. And they'll be like, okay, what's our next game? And it's going to be like, well, let's do Gears E-Day 2, a sequel to that one. There's no reason to do 6 unless you want to do 6 as DLC for one of those games. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I mean,
but
the way it could go down is like a sort of a time skip and a recap kind of thing. I think there's going to be a Gears that's set after the events of 5.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
You sure about that?
Yeah, 100%.
Because you could even do like you don't even have to do Marcus and Dom. You could do the whole.
I'm not saying it's going to be the same. I'm not saying they're going to continue Kate's story specifically, but there's going to be a post 6. Because why wouldn't it be? Eventually, they're going to run out of stuff to talk about.
Games take so long now that even if you're saying, okay, let's say they do a trilogy of E-Day games, what year are we looking at that point? Are we in the
trilogy of E-Day games?
Let's say they do Gears E-Day 1, 2, and 3. Why not?
Well, is there really enough?
Why not?
Story?
They can make up whatever they want. I mean, it's not like it's an Emergence Day. How long was Emergence Day to the first Gears game? I think there was quite a bit of time, wasn't there?
We need a Gears lore fan in the chat to tell us. But
I don't know. So even with Halo, like the next mainline Halo game, Halo 7, I mean, you know, the community manager said during this whole event that Halo's on PlayStation now. So it's like, okay, but how do you get the PlayStation audience up to speed? Like when Halo 7 comes out and is a continuation of Infinite, if those games leading up to it aren't on PlayStation, is anybody on PlayStation going to care? I mean, maybe. I don't know. They might. The multiplayer might be fine, but it's like if you don't give them Halo 1, 2, 3, if you don't give them the whole Master Chief story, you know, I don't know if people would care. Maybe they would. That's the thing, like, because you can make the argument. Well, if they put God of War on Xbox, like if they put God of War 2018 on Xbox, would people care? But it's because you don't have like the entire Kratos history, like you don't have the Egyptian trilogy, right? But it's like, yeah, but the whole point of God of War 2018 was that it's a reboot. You could go into it blind.
It's a reboot, but it's also they call back to events of the previous.
They do. So if you didn't play it, you wouldn't know what you're talking about. But you wouldn't get the full thing for it. And it's in the same way where they like reboot Star Wars, or they reboot all those other things. You can't do it, but.
You can't do it, but you need the kind of writing quality that Halo isn't known for, frankly.
Well, yeah. I mean, unless you're going to reboot that stuff. So, I mean, I think Halo 2 and 3 will come, and they probably... That's the thing. Well, we could sell... They could. That's the thing. Like, if all these sell particularly well, and they sell them at, like... That's the other thing. People are assuming this is also going to be $70. I personally
haven't played Reach.
I can't see them selling Halo 1 for $70, considering it doesn't have any multiplayer, and it is just a... In my mind, it's a $50 game. Because Gears Reloaded was $40, so I see this being $50. I mean, I guess they possibly could go up to $60, but I mean, it is missing the multiplayer. So,
I think it'd be so funny if they do $70.
I mean, they could if they could just go. If they just, I mean, that kind of ties into the whole. Hey, the Bloomberg report, which.
I think it'll be 70.
It basically corroborates your reporting earlier in the year about Xbox or being put under a $30 or 30% margin from the bigwigs at Microsoft of being like, hey, we need to make more money. And Jason Schreier come out and wrote an article about that. And does that affect pricing of the Halo game? It's like, well, we make a lot more money with 70 than we would at 60 or 50, but then it's like I don't know. It's interesting because I view Halo Remake as a $50 product without multiplayer. But I mean, maybe they could get away with 70, especially if they're really worried about a 30% their 30% margins. I'm going
to plant my flag on 70 for this.
And why? So why do you think it would be 70? What would be the justifications in your mind for? Because
it's got 3 new missions.
3 new missions. So 3 new missions. Therefore $70.
I think they specifically went in for 3 more missions to justify that extra price point.
Interesting. So you think without the 3 missions, if it was just a remake of the one, it'd be $50, $60?
Yeah, I think it'd be less if it didn't have the extra stuff.
But what if it had multiplayer?
How they're going to push it through. Well, nobody likes Halo multiplayer, bro.
Okay.
They're all playing they're all playing our credits, bro.
I wonder if that's a mistake then. If Halo 1 remake comes out at $70, is that a mistake?
Nah.
I mean,
I think everyone's accepted now that Microsoft's the price gouge company.
that's not something you really want, right? You don't want that moniker on you.
No, like if you look at all of Xbox's socials and the replies on Instagram, the replies on TikTok, and the replies on Twitter, it's just people telling them to
Lower the price.
Revert the price of Game Pass.
Yeah.
Non-stop. Revert the price of Game Pass. Non-stop. Every reply. So that's Microsoft's identity now. And, maybe they'll just lean into it and think, fuck it. Fuck it. Everything's $70. In fact, you know what? Next year, $80.
They tried doing
$90.
But I mean, they tried doing that to Outer Worlds 2, and it didn't help Outer Worlds 2. And they couldn't do it Call of Duty because they got all this competition with Battlefield. So
what competition? Call of Duty beat Battlefield. They had a game coming in. So Kana, Call of Duty, last year's Call of Duty is still higher than Battlefield on the top 10 Circana list.
Yeah.
Call of Duty HQ. Yep.
I mean, because more people own Call of Duty than they own Battlefield. What does that mean?
Yeah, but it just means that more people are playing that old ass game than playing Battlefield, bro.
Yeah, but now that Battlefield's actually doing better, it might still take some people away. All you have is positions on it. You don't actually know the numbers. Like, for all we know, this time last year the numbers were significantly higher for a Call of Duty game than they are this year.
I mean, doubtlessly, yeah. But,
I mean, this is this.
Everyone said Battlefield was gonna rock Call of Duty shit this year, bro.
Well, let me ask you this: Would Call of Duty get rid of their skins and also get rid of skill-based matchmaking if they didn't feel the pressure from Battlefield on their ass? I don't think so.
Yeah, well, Battlefield's got crazy skins now as well, anyway. So
do they?
Oh yeah. Oh, you've missed all this drama, haven't you? So
I mean,
Battlefield added some pretty spooky neon blue skins to the game, and I think the current Steam score of the game has gone down to mix now.
It's gone down to mix because of the battle royale stuff.
Yeah, everyone hates battle royale as well, whatever. But people are really keeping EA on their toes. They're like, because I think they've already either removed or toned down that blue skin now. So, like, people are really, really on EA's ass about anything they do and being like, yeah, if you even step a toe out of line, EA, we're going to review bomb your shit. So you better watch what you're doing, mate. I think it's kind of funny. But,
so, this 30% profit margin, how do you think that's going to impact Xbox? Or has it impacted Xbox? So I would imagine this is the reason why they've done everything they've done. The reason why for the Game Pass price increase, and the reason for why they tried making Outer Worlds 2 and everything else $80, and the reason why they went multi-platform so quickly, because I think Jason's article said that this was like handed down in 2023, which is obviously preceding. And I think it all stems from the Activision acquisition, $70 billion. Satya wants his money. Yeah. So what do you think that looks like moving forward? Like how that impact Xbox and its business and everything, games and everything moving forward?
Well, I have spoken to some people about this, and my sourcing was kind of like, this is kind of like a typical Microsoft kind of guideline, where it's like they'll say internally like, oh, this is our ambition, right? Our ambition is 30%, but it's not like if you don't hit this 30%, then the whole thing is going to be shut down, like some people have tried to paint it as. However, I think like that 30% ambition is obviously going to be a weight on the business. So would you agree with me that January we probably see layoffs again?
I mean, I think it was to see layoffs because everybody's laying people off.
Yeah, but like we everyone wants line goes up, right?
Line goes up.
As you like to say. Line goes up. So we'll probably see layoffs in January, I think. Microsoft-wide layoffs with an undisclosed number of those being in the Xbox division. I don't think we'll see a studio closure necessarily, unless there's like a particularly, a studio that's struggling beyond what we kind of know about. So I don't think we'll see a studio closure, but I can see layoffs happening, stuff like that. I don't think it's going to weigh on Xbox. I honestly don't know I mean, they're clearly not disinclined to cut things, and there are various signals in the economy that things are looking pretty bad for America right now, and just globally in general, to be fair. So, like, America's job figures are bad. All the stock money's going to AI companies which haven't actually made any money. I think like OpenAI is losing. I can't remember the exact figure off the top of my head, but I think they're losing something like $15 billion a quarter, and they're sort of running on fumes because nobody actually wants any of this bullshit, and there's no way to monetize it. Well, they haven't figured out a way to monetize it yet. The whole AI thing really hinges on like, can someone get to artificial general intelligence first? You know, like fucking iRobot or some shit, and that you can put that in a robot and then literally develop a workforce which doesn't need to eat, sleep, and will not die. You know, to quote Carl Reese. But will is will that can they do it fast enough before the banks start asking for their money back? Because that's kind of like the race now. The race is like, can we get to artificial general intelligence first, or whatever general intelligence is supposed to be? And if you look at like Microsoft's restructuring with OpenAI, because Microsoft restructured its business with OpenAI recently, one of the sort of caveats and the goals of that is like an independent company will have to verify whether artificial general intelligence has been achieved. It all sounds a bit science fucking fiction to me, frankly. So like Xbox kind of lives in that universe now where Microsoft's attention and investment revolves around trying to chase this imaginary sci-fi universe where they can power the next generation of slave workers, basically. You know, they want to have a robot class of people like the Matrix that do everything, and it's a national security issue, man. Like whichever country arrives at that first, if indeed it is even possible, they will be able to sort of create a quality of life in theory that is ripped straight out of a science fiction novel, or simultaneously destroy the world. You know, whoever controls that shit, it's either going to be great and none of us will have to work because robots will do all our shit for us. They'll do our washing, cooking, and cleaning and all that stuff. They'll drive us around, and that we can just chill and play games all day. AI, mate, AI built games, you know, from Elon Musk's studio, man. But or the reverse happens. We have a totalitarian universe where robots control our every action, and you know they're like thought police, which use AI algorithms to guess that we're going to commit crimes like Minority Report. You know, I'm kind of cynical, Rand. I kind of err on the dystopian side of all this. Meanwhile, Zuckerberg and Musk and all these guys, they'll live in bunkers and they'll be chilling like Arasaka in fucking Cyberpunk 2077, and then get murdered by their kid, I guess. But that's kind of where Microsoft's thought process is right now. It's like in this pie in the sky universe. So how does Xbox survive in that universe? One way they survive, Rand, is to keep Satya happy and the investors happy by investing in bullshit like Gaming Copilot, which by the way is fucking terrible. So I don't know if you've tried this, but there's a new feature on Xbox Live on PC called Gaming Copilot. And what it does is it's sort of like it's basically it's just Copilot with an extra prompt on it where it's like respond to me as if I'm a gamer kind of thing. It's terrible. It doesn't work very well, and furthermore, I've tried it a bunch of times just out of curiosity, and it will lie to you if it doesn't know the answer. So like I asked it to like help me solve a quest in WoW because I was like I can't figure out how to do this. Like the arrow's pointing one way, but the mob's not there. So like I asked Gaming Copilot. Oh, this was on stream, I think. I asked Gaming Copilot how to do this, and Gaming Copilot didn't know, so it made up the answer. It made up the fucking answer. You know, rather than just be like I don't know how to do this.
Right.
You know. So I suppose that's one way Xbox survives through this is by investing in some AI features because I do think there is some use here. It'd probably be like super resolution upscaling. So maybe use like artificial intelligence to fill in the gaps in a 30 frames per second game to make it 60 frames per second and make it look smooth. I could see that being a useful application of AI. But this shit has to make money too at some point. So I think we've seen Microsoft try and invest in AI features from a gaming perspective, whether it's upscaling or dev tools and things like that to make money. But there's a risk in that round. If Xbox's gaming business is tying itself to AI and all this AI bullshit fails, Microsoft might be looking to cut Xbox, you know, and they'll be like, okay, well, where can we cut that'll be least painful for us, and which is the parts of the business that have the worst margins? Oh, it's gaming, you know. So I think like boosting the margins helps insulate. It's shit for us, it's shit for devs because of layoffs and also price hikes and things like that. But boosting the margins helps insulate Xbox in a future universe where Microsoft might have to reckon with the fact that this whole AI thing is a bubble and a fad and it's never actually going to make money.
Sure, I mean,
because it genuinely could be the fact that large language models is not the route to true artificial intelligence like you see in the movies.
Yeah. Well, it could be that stuff. I was thinking of like, because I was thinking of just like the games they make, not necessarily like the AI stuff or whatever. And I was thinking, okay, well, this could go a couple different ways because Microsoft, so, you know, say what they will, they're more willing to, you know, South of Midnight, Keeper. There are games that necessarily wouldn't
they've been more creative, is what you're saying.
Before, and you know, Phil's talked about that recently. So if you look at their 30% profit margins that they have to hit, I mean, the fear is, okay, well, something like Halo and Gears and Forza and Fallout and, you know, Call of Duty are safe because those are the things that bring up a lot of money. The fear is that you look at a studio like Double Fine with Psychonauts 2 and Keeper, and you look at Keeper and you're like, how's that game going to make any money? It didn't really seem to do anything on Steam at all. It didn't even seem like a lot of people even knew it existed. So it's like, I'm pretty sure they don't have like, hey, each studio has to have a 30% margin. It's just like the business needs to have a 30% margin, right?
Yeah, different parts of the business subsidize others.
So like the fear is that Microsoft strictly focuses on the IPs that make money, and then you essentially end up with ABK version 2. Which is like, Double Fine, guess what you're doing? This year you're working on the new Call of Duty. Hey, Compulsion, guess what you're doing? You're working on Elder Scrolls. Like, the fear is that they would sacrifice these small studios that make these AA games that don't really sell anything, and they put them to work on the games that actually make money, which is exactly what ABK did, if you remember. ABK published a whole bunch of games, but then they just really focused on just a few, and they used the other studios that used to make stuff like High Moon and Beanox and stuff to put them on, you know, franchises that were profitable. That's the fear, is that you end up with a situation where like Double Fine either like gets shut down because they don't make any money, or they basically just become a support studio. It's like all the studios they bought in 2018 and 2019 end up like essentially as support studios. Like, oh, In Exile, great, you just shipped Clockwork Revolution. Guess what? Here's your next project. You're working on Halo, right? Or like that would be the absolute worst case scenario in that regard of like, hey, things aren't going well, and you know, we're gonna do this.
Well, I mean,
right?
I don't think that's the worst case scenario because at least they have jobs in that scenario.
Sure, and then okay, like worst case, it was like, well, they don't get to make anything new, but they're still working on the high profile franchises. I guess even worse would be like, you're all just cut and we're all let go. But you know, they could consider, you know, depending on how it all goes and how everything plays out, is like they still can be like, no, Double Fine, you know what? Keep on releasing those games. Compulsion, keep on releasing your games. You don't really cost that much. It's kind of like a rounding error, really. As long as we have our Fallouts going and our Call of Duties every year and the Halo and the Gears and stuff, like you don't cost that much. And like when you do release a game, you know, it does well on Game Pass and whatever. Like there is the other side where it doesn't really affect anything, really, potentially. I guess it's just a matter of how this all plays out, right? How well. And I'm still just kind of shocked that really nothing. I thought there'd be more games from Xbox on Switch 2 by now, and there hasn't
Oh,
been.
definitely.
And it's just like Tony Hawk, and it's going to be, I think, what we got is was a Fallout coming to Switch 2? I think that was one of the announcements, and Indiana Jones coming to Switch 2. So you got some of the Bethesda stuff. I mean, they even made the deal for the 10-year deal with Call of Duty, and this year's Call of Duty's not even there yet. So I don't know if we'll get next year's Call of Duty on there, but I mean, that is a lot of. There's a lot of money to be made on that platform that could really help out. Like, it's kind of like I've read articles and seen things about, hey, Sea of Thieves might be on its last leg. It doesn't really see like the drop. I saw an article from True Achievements where it's like the player base numbers have dropped really bad, and it's like, man, like putting Sea of Thieves on Switch 2 would really help out, but they haven't there, and it's like, the rumors are that Nintendo didn't give them any dev kits. I don't know if that changes anytime soon or whatever, but you're kind of missing out on the boat on that one. Like, you could sell that stuff there. So, I mean, it all, like, when I did see people say, hey, when this Jason Schreier report came out, it's like, oh, it all makes sense. No wonder they went multi-platform so quickly. No wonder they raised the price of Game Pass. No wonder they raised the price of consoles. Like, hey, well, before we were losing money on consoles, well, now with the tariffs and everything in this, we have to hit a certain margin. Like, well, we can't lose money on this stuff anymore, so we have to make money. So it all kind of makes sense, hearing this. But I mean, that's what you had heard like over the summer. It was like, yeah, I heard that this was going to be like they have to make this sort of money, and it's even Jason Schreier said in his article. It's sort of one of those things where it's like that's not a normal profit margin for the gaming industry. Like even PlayStation's or something is like 12% or something along those lines. So it's like they want a lot out of it. It's like, man, Amy Hood, you really tighten the screws on that. So
like hardware companies make even less. Like Asus's margin is next to nothing. It's like my whole thing about companies that like want to chase these magical margins is kind of like, why didn't you become a bank? If you want bank like margins, become a bank. Do something else. Like you are a software company, a hardware company with customers, with employees who you've hired because they're passionate about these things, and you've got customers that are passionate about these things. And why are you expecting miracles here? I think this is like one of the issues when you end up in a situation where a company's incentives revolve entirely around the stock price, right? So like Satya, Amy, all those guys, they're all paid based on they're all their pay is in stock and incentives. So for them, it's like, I think Satya's actual salary is something like 100,000 a year, and then it's like 100 million in stock or something like that, which is weird to me. I think like that's the kind of like, it's kind of what you do if you're a banker. In my head, I'm not saying Satya's not a passionate technologist, but it's clear that the shareholders are running the show here. And you create this sort of disconnect between your customers, your employees, and your mission as a company when you are sort of just like line goes up. And right now, what's driving line goes up is AI, all this AI bullshit, which isn't making any money. And like, if you can look, there are some like analyses and some reports and some rumors that some investors are really nervous about the way Microsoft's tied itself to OpenAI, because OpenAI could end up becoming like, oh man, what's that company called? Whose collapse triggered like a global recession? Enron, was it?
Yeah, it's Enron.
Like there's so much money tied up in OpenAI, so much money that doesn't exist. It's theoretical. It's on paper and just on paper and things like that. So much money tied up there that we sort of like, damn, this could be bad if things don't go the way they all expect it to go. Like bad on a global scale, kind of bad. And I don't know if Microsoft's like really insulated themselves well enough from that potential catastrophe. You would hope they have. So either they know this is going to be a big payoff, or they're completely deluded themselves. Because I think in a universe where OpenAI does explode, you're going to need something like Xbox. You're going to need a consumer business. You're going to need your diversified classic Microsoft business, which is like one of the things that Microsoft always did well was that it was like had heavily diversified business. So when like one aspect of the business wasn't doing well, other aspects of the business could pick up the slack and things like that, right? But like everything's being sacrificed on the pie that is AI right now. Like Windows is, everything is, Surface is as well. Like Surface and that is now like a co-pilot PC bullshit. You know, it's like just make a good laptop. It's like, nah, they've got to be an AI laptop. I'm like, who? Nobody wants a fucking AI laptop, mate. They just want a laptop. You know, I don't know. I'm just kind of rambling now, but it's all fucked. It's all fucked, and we're all gonna die. You happy, Rand? You caused this.
I caused this.
By reading books instead of playing games. You caused this.
Nazir in Super Chat says, good to get Heavy Boys back. It's good to be back. Supra says, I don't ever get to listen live, so this is awesome. Been listening to you guys for years. Well, thank you for joining live today. We got Face
It
says,
is fun when we stream on a different day and we get like slightly different audience sometimes.
Face says, COD is on last gen also. Battlefield 6 is only for this gen, which is something you failed to mention.
Yeah, that's true.
So, plenty of people on
Xbox
One
you cut
and
me
PS4.
off. You cut me off.
I didn't cut you off. You immediately were like...
you cut me off, bro. You cut me off.
Yeah. Scarcely Relevant member for 68 months says, Rand returns and sounds clean and nice rather than Patient Zero. Glad to see you both and good solo stream, Jez.
Thank you very much.
So like that, the 30% thing, which wasn't a surprise to me or Jez. I think the other part of the discussion, which kind of ties into the whole TikTok and the 30% stuff, was it Sarah Bond who said this, Jez, or the idea of exclusives being outdated and antiquated?
It was Sarah. Yeah, Sarah said exclusives are antiquated.
We're seeing people evolve way past that. Sarah Bond says of the idea of exclusives being outdated. She said, quote, we're really seeing people evolve way past that. Like, the biggest games in the world are available everywhere. You look at Call of Duty, you look at Minecraft, you look at Fortnite, you look at Roblox. That's actually what's really driving community in gaming. That's where people gather, they have experiences, and the idea of locking it to one store or one device is antiquated for most people. You want to be able to play with your friends anywhere, regardless of what they're on. And we're really leaning into that with this experience because it just opens up another way for you to play, as does cloud, as does PC, as do the consoles that we all own and have in our living room. What?
Just a quick correction from DSOM. Ninja Gaiden is not UE5.
Okay.
It's actually Platinum Engine. So it's Platinum's internal engine.
Platinum's engine. So I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if it was UE5 or not, but...
I just assumed it is because all of Microsoft shit is.
Yeah, because most of everything is UE5 now.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, so obviously this has to do more with PlayStation, getting Gears and getting Forza and especially getting Halo, about the idea of people of exclusives being antiquated. I'm gonna say this, okay? Yes, because Microsoft has shifted their business strategy to not do exclusives anymore. So I get why they would say this, because they're putting their crown jewel, so to speak, on other platforms. So they sort of have to say this. Being like, well, actually, people don't want that. They're antiquated. Like...
It's copium.
Maybe it's the person they got to spread the message, because I distinctly remember Sarah Bond in 2021 standing next to a giant poster of Starfield that had in the biggest bold letters imaginable that said Xbox exclusive, while she said, and yes, it's Xbox exclusive. Granted, 2021, but like I just had a laugh when I saw this, because I distinctly remember they did the same thing for Redfall at the very end of the show. I think, did Phil stand next to it or whatever? It was like, Redfall, Xbox exclusive. Starfield, Xbox exclusive. And it was like, well, it certainly mattered then. It mattered when you bought Bethesda and you basically spelled it out for everybody. But I get it. you're not doing that
Didn't move the
anymore.
needle.
You're not in the business anymore of doing that because you spent all that money in Activision, and Amy Hood and Satya want their 30%. So this is more like, you know what it kind of seems like?
It's more because it didn't move the needle.
Sure,
The strategy failed.
Well, that, but it also is like it reminded me of the Dark Knight with Batman sitting in front of Joker in their interrogation, and Joker's like,
Do his voice.
I can't, and Joker's like, I'm not a
Can I do it?
monster. I'm just ahead of the curve, right?
I'm not a monster. I'm just ahead of the
That's
curve.
what it seems like here for Xbox, where they're positioning this as like, oh, we've evolved beyond. We're ahead of the curve. Exclusives, pfft, antiquated. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't seem genuine to that degree. And the reason
Where's
it doesn't
the
seem
trigger?
genuine is because everything's just it just follows their business decisions. At one point, exclusives were all that mattered, and it was a big thing, and we're going to promote this, and we're going to put it on the posters, and we're going to say it in our statements, Xbox exclusive. But now that we're not doing it, we actually got to come out and be like, actually, this is better, you know? And I'm sure the younger generation is definitely clearly not tied to any specific device or what have you. So it's like, yes, and people do want to play with their friends and all that sort of stuff. And the biggest games all multi-platform, and it's like, yeah, well, they're the biggest games for the reason, you know? But it's just it's just funny seeing her say that and seeing Xbox, like Matt Booty being, you know, TikTok's our competition. But then we all saw the emails, Matt. You can't hide. Like, you wanted to spend Sony out of business. You don't do that to a partner or somebody you don't view as competition. Like, it's just, you know, I get a chuckle out of it. And I know that it's like, hey, we got a job to do. This is what we're paid to do. We're having this interview, so we got to say these things. And it's like, yeah, what else are you going to say? I mean, like, seriously, like, what else is, I guess, Sarah supposed to say about them releasing their games everywhere? Like, you're probably exactly going to say this. Like, we've evolved past that. You know, people want to play on every device and communities and all that sort of stuff. It just is like, that's not exactly how you felt at the beginning of this generation, you know? And you only felt this way after a certain amount of time, but whatever. It's just, yeah. It's their strategy driving everything. And remember, this is how one of the things where I said that I wanted them to talk less. Because when they do talk, it contradicts like all the things that they had said previously.
Yeah.
Everything. So it doesn't look good. Because it's like, well, actually, you said this not that long ago. You know? It's like, well, things change, I guess. So anyways,
Where's the trigger?
Exclusives are antiquated. But I mean, I don't know a better way for her to say this that wouldn't have you know, that you could say it better, I guess. I don't know how she could have.
Yeah, I suppose, like, it's the problem. Like, when you talk too much and you kind of want to toe a corporate line, you just end up catching yourself out. I think people would respect them more if they were just like, yeah, we tried this and we failed. People still chose PlayStation even when we're picking exclusive. So we're going to pivot. We're going to do something different. We're going to try and offer a box that might have a broader appeal outside of traditional console norms, while bringing our games to a platform where we know we're never going to capture that audience. We're never going to, no matter what we do, we won't shift the PlayStation user over to Xbox unless PlayStation spectacularly shits the bed or something, which they're probably not going to do anytime soon. So I think people would have respected them more if they were just a little bit more honest about it. You know, Phil has been honest in interviews previously. And I think Phil himself said that. He was like, Starfield won't move the needle. People didn't like that either. So maybe I'm just wrong. But it's true, man. It is completely true that PlayStation thoroughly trounced Xbox. And they have no choice but to do this, I think, in order to find that growth. But it goes back to what I said earlier about the whole, you know, blaming TikTok for some of this stuff. Because the behavior of moving exclusives away from Xbox erodes the culture of Xbox. And I think the reason why things like TikTok are so popular is because they embody culture. And what culture does Xbox embody now? Like, the whole ethos under Satya Nadella is that, like, we want to be the platform that hides in the background, you know. And I think people when people are choosing gaming and fun, they want to identify with it a little bit. You know, that's why merchandise exists. That's why like communities exist, and Microsoft actively tries to curate a community. But they've like really exposed the fact that they, at least under Satya Nadella, they really don't care about any of that shit. All it is
Satya's
about
never,
is a
but I mean,
bottom.
Satya's never cared about any of that stuff. I mean, he was very much.
No, he hasn't. But like Xbox was sort of insulated from that before. No, it's
Yeah.
not because of ABK.
It was like we always said. It was like Phil was the one talking about exclusives, and Satya was the one talking about if I had my way, there'd be no exclusives. And it's like, hey, guess what? There's no more exclusives. So guess who won that argument? Good old Satya, right? What else we got here? Silent Hill's coming to Xbox, Jez. Rated by the ESRB. Does this have
caveat to? I got to ruin your day.
Oh no, don't ruin my day. I mean, I played it on the PlayStation 5 already, so I mean, I already played the game. But what's going on? Is it a mistake?
It's an old listing. It's not a new listing. So the ESRB rated Silent Hill 2 for Xbox months ago,
but nobody found it until yesterday.
I think people just, I don't know. Someone found it recently and it went viral again or something like that. But if you change the number, the database number, to just 1 up, the next game in the list is Atomfall. So Atomfall was rated after Silent Hill 2 for Xbox. I don't think so. So
what you're saying like it's not.
It's an old listing.
It's not coming to Xbox, is what you're saying.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the ESRB listing doesn't change what we already know. So there's some evidence that it is coming. Like the Steam database for the game has been messed with recently, which usually seems to coincide with new announcements. There's also been, the website has changed, and there's been two new layers added to the source code, which could be in future used for icons for Nintendo Switch and also Xbox. And then also the games was known to have a year exclusivity period, which has expired. But there's no super hard evidence yet. But there is a third-party preview event for Xbox coming in November.
Yeah, so
I shared in my report.
So there's a bunch of, I think there's IGN ID at Xbox one that just happened.
Yeah,
there's a November partner one that's happening that you sort of leaked, which I wonder if that's where the Silent Hill 2 announcement could be, maybe. Then there's obviously going to be the Game Awards in December, which I think you said you heard Xbox might have a presence there. And then January Dev Direct, where we probably see Forza Horizon 6, maybe even Gears E-Day. Who knows, maybe even Fable. I don't know. Could be a big January Direct, so it seems like Xbox is going to have some events, right?
Yeah, so Xbox has got a bunch of events coming up. Partner preview. Don't know a huge amount about that. I don't know when it's going to fall in the month. I just know it's November partner preview event. I think it's going to be very heavily skewed towards Xbox Play Anywhere. So I've heard that possibly every single game in that preview event is going to be Play Anywhere. So I don't know for certain if that's the case, but if every single game is Play Anywhere, then you heard it here first. If not, then plans changed. But yeah, it's going to be, either way, it's going to be heavily skewed towards Play Anywhere, which, you know, if you are a Play Anywhere fan, then that's cool. Again, if I had to guess, I would think like maybe it falls in the middle, towards the middle, maybe the third week of the month, because I don't think you want it to overlap too much with the Game Awards. You want those games to breathe a bit. So if I had to guess, maybe week 2 or 3.
So next week or the week after?
Yeah, if I had to guess, but I don't know. All I know, it's like a November thing. And then like on December 12th, we've got the Game Awards. December 11th or 12th, something like that. And then we got the Game Awards, which I've heard again, Microsoft has presence there. Don't know exactly what there, whether it's going to be hardware or hardware tease, or whether it's going to be game tease or a new game announcement, something like that. I don't know. Could be more OD stuff, maybe. Does seem like the OD, they are more intent on showing stuff about OD recently.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw the trailer. I doubt we get something new, unless that game's coming out next year. But
yeah, which
Maybe it is. I don't
very well
know.
could be.
I mean, I guess I mean they are done with Death Stranding 2, so I mean it's certainly possible it's next year. I mean they do have a lot of stuff. I mean, you could say you could run a Halo
And if
thing
it's a
again if you wanted
PT,
to,
it's a
but
PT style of game, then it's probably not the most
maybe you run a Gears trailer.
difficult to make.
Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, Gears trailer.
Or something new. But you know, you mentioned new Xbox stuff, so you wrote a big article on Monday when we were thinking about doing the show, but I was sick. So you've heard a lot about this new Xbox, huh?
Yes, I've been researching over the summer. You know, and people like to fanboys like to clown on my sources, but like my Canon sources were absolutely rock solid. Canon sources, everything I said about Canon, report about Canon was true. Also reported Legion Go 2, Steam version, that was all true. So my hardware sources are pretty great. But, you know, plans can change, of course, as we know from the Surface Mini. But this is what the current situation looks like for the next gen Xbox, is that like we all expected, and like Phil's been teasing anyway, it's going to be a PC, full blown in essence.
I mean, that's
and
pretty
Phil
much
himself
what Satya said and like Sarah said. They all suddenly have been talking about it recently, right?
Yeah, right after my report. I suppose like because of my report, maybe they wanted to get ahead of some of the commentary that's going to revolve around this after that, maybe. So I know it was seen internally, but yeah, it's going to be a PC. So I think Phil himself said before then, even that if you look at the Xbox Ally, it's a pretty strong hint about what our next gen plans are going to look like. And one of the big updates coming to the Xbox Ally in early 2026 is the dock update. So I don't know how aware you guys are of the current-ish state of the Xbox Ally, but it's very much in a beta state. You can open it and get into a game, and you can bypass a lot of the Windows bullshit with the controller. That's great. The fact they've done all that work so far is really, really good. But there's a lot of gaps missing. There's a lot of aspects about Windows you can't easily control without going into the desktop mode, or even in some cases using the touchscreen, or even plugging a mouse and keyboard in. That's not what really they want to go for with the next Xbox. The next Xbox, over the course of the next couple of years, developing the Xbox Ally is sort of like them consoleizing the Windows interface. So over the next couple of years, which is kind of like the landing strip, I think we expect for the next Xbox, 2020, late 2027, I think is probably the target landing strip for this. The Xbox Ally is the test bed for fixing all the bullshit with Windows to make it feel more like a console, making the interface more speedy, removing the need to ever exit out of Windows if you don't want to, and then sort of like just making it a perfect experience for your TV. Now, obviously, there's like a ton of questions with that, right? One of the questions is like, am I going to have to mess around with the game's settings in order to get a good experience? Because that's something you have to do today on the Ally. Well, one of the other things Microsoft's shipping next year is something called Game Profiles, where Microsoft will provide the settings automatically for the games. And I think developers who may develop games for the next Xbox in the future, they will have the ability to like, the game will know what settings it needs to run on the next Xbox. So you're not going to have to tweak with settings and all that bullshit. You can if you want to, much like you can today with some games, like Tainted Grail on Xbox, for example, gives you a load of graphic settings you can tweak and mess around with. Graphic settings which also sync to your PC, which is a little bit annoying. But these are all the things they're kind of working out. All the fears that you have about Xbox being a Windows device are kind of things they're trying to address over the next couple of years.
Well, they better get to it, because I'll tell you what, that is something that I'd be concerned about. As someone who doesn't really want to play on PC, I don't want to see any of that shit on whatever console they're selling. And granted, it'd be a hybrid or whatever, but that is something that, you know, I do think about. I did see like Gene Park talk about his ROG Ally X experience. Who he loves it right now, but he certainly wasn't a fan of it in the beginning, because I think he said he spent like 4 hours setting it up, getting rid of all the Windows bloat and all that stuff on there, and then found out that like
It's not even the Windows
the
blow, man.
device
It's
was
literally
like
just running Windows Update.
yeah. Then like the device itself was like registered to an ASUS employee, and I think Special Nick had the same problem. So they had to like do a whole wipe or whatever.
Yeah, that had review units, so most people wouldn't.
But I'm just saying, like, you
know. Oh, and to be completely fair as well, the retail units didn't have as much bollocks on it that the review units did.
Right. I'm just saying they have time. You know, we both think, I think 2027 at the earliest. I know there's some people that think next year. You know, I would say you're. I mean, maybe they have an OEM comes out next year. I mean, there are rumors of that, but I mean, I don't know how.
That's my rumor.
Yeah, I don't know, like how, like if you were to put on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the likeliest and 1 being the the most unlikely. I don't know where you would fall on it, but I think this specific first party Xbox device is 2027.
Yes.
And I do think on the face of it, like an idea of like, here's this PC Xbox hybrid that has the backwards compatibility because the chip would be in it, so all your games from, whatever you have currently going back to the 360 into the Xbox, OG Xbox will all work on here. It'd probably be a pretty powerful device considering we've already seen leaks for Xbox Magnus versus whatever the PS6 is doing. Then there's like the whole, hey, you'll be able to install Steam on this thing, which definitely seems like it's going to be a thing. So you can essentially like, you'll have access to pretty much everything outside of Nintendo games because PlayStation games come to the PC after a certain amount of time. So
no, but because this is a full Windows machine, you will have access to Nintendo games as well.
Yeah, I guess through an emulator.
You want to sale the set.
Yeah. But I mean, didn't they just sue some pirate or some streamer guy or something? I thought I saw an article about that. Nintendo.
Yeah, for live streaming a crime. Yeah.
Yeah.
But in America, some states, for personal use, in some states in America, it is completely legal to make a digital backup of something you own and then run it via an emulator. So it's not legal in the UK, but who the fuck's gonna find out?
Yeah, so I was just saying, like, it sounds like a really, really interesting device. I don't know if it has mass market potential because I think the price is going to be prohibitive. I mean, I think it's probably going to be starting at $900, and that's probably even lowballing it because I can easily see it being just $1,000 because if you're on a 30% margins. And one of the biggest low margin things you have out there is hardware, which you never make any money on, but now you sort of have to. It's like, well, if we sell this thing for a profit, plus we kind of have to because Steam's going to be on there, and like there's that whole thing where someone might buy that device and then never spend any money in the store, so it's like they're just going to use it to just play all their Steam stuff. So it's kind of like, well, we need to make money right away. My concern is strictly everything based around the PC. Like, I don't want to have to turn this thing on and have to run a Windows update and do all those funky things.
You have to update your Xbox sometimes.
Well, sure, but the Xbox usually updates by itself. Like, it'll update during the day, and I won't ever really see it updating unless it's like really late at night and I'm still out playing or whatever. The
update, all that kind of like, all those usability gaps is the issue because Windows Update is a pain. It really is. And sometimes when you click update and shut down, it doesn't. It updates and restarts. And that's like a whole meme now that the Windows Update is a liar. So there's definitely going to be, I don't think they're going to be able to work out all of this shit. The Windows is like a 40-year-old piece of software. And there are going to be things that enable backwards compatibility that they can't omit. Like one of the things like people complain about with Windows is that Windows it's less performant than SteamOS on these handheld devices, but that's because it's got like memory isolation on it to prevent hacks and stuff like that, and enable things like anti-cheat and kernel level anti-cheat. Like kernel level anti-cheat doesn't work on SteamOS, so like people complain about, they do these comparisons, but they forget about all the compatibility that Windows has to, all the overheads that enable compatibility on Windows, so all those kind of like, if you want to the next Xbox, yeah, you'll be able to play old ass games on it from a million years ago, but there are caveats that come with that, and it isn't. It's also a system that needs to be enterprise kind of focused. Part of me wonders, like, is there a scenario where they could fork it? You know, where it's like they develop the gaming Windows on a separate branch, and maybe even like this is the version of Windows that you give to regular gamers as well. And like you're talking about things like, oh, this isn't a mass market device, but that's where like the this is an Xbox thing comes into play, right? Because if Windows overall is this operating system, because this isn't these upgrades aren't going to be unique to the Xbox. They're going to roll out to every Windows device on Earth, in theory, if they don't fork it into a separate operating system. But maybe they should consider doing a separate operating system, like because they've got Windows 10 Home and they've got Windows 10 Professional or Windows 11 Professional. Sorry, I'm a decade backwards, but they've got like Windows 11 Professional, which has stuff like BitLocker and things that maybe you don't necessarily need at home always, you know? So maybe they could do Windows 11 Gaming, which gets rid of even more bullshit, uninstalls the calculator. I don't know why you need a calculator on a PC unless you were using it as your general PC and top and, that kind of thing. But yeah, I don't know. There are a lot of questions, there are a lot of like valid concerns. But that's why, Rand, you've got people like myself, the fine folks over at the Xbox Ally subreddit, and people like Gene Park, who are writing articles, giving Microsoft lots of very constructive feedback on how they can unfuck Windows ahead of it being a proper gaming first platform. Because, like you say, you ain't gonna want to do any of that Windows bullshit. I don't mind doing it because I game on Windows a fair bit, so I'm used to it. And before I was a console gamer, I was a PC gamer anyway. So like I'm very well versed with Windows's idiosyncrasies and stuff like that. But at the same time, I don't want to deal with it. That's why I have an Xbox in the first place. Is a lot of the time I don't want to have to deal with any of that bullshit, all the distractions that come with Windows, because I'll be on Windows with my second monitor, and there'll be people messaging me from work and stuff like that. And it's fine when I'm playing something brain dead like WoW, but when I'm playing something like with a story, I want to be in a distraction-free environment, Yeah. So yeah, a lot of questions, a lot of concerns, valid, and Microsoft hopefully will be transparent about working all that shit out. While
You
the
also
Xbox
said
Ally
that,
is
I know
being
we talked
developed.
about it last time, but you also seem that more positive that they're like eventually do their own handheld too again.
Yeah, so I've heard that the like my original report said it wasn't cancelled, it was shelved, and it does seem like. And if you remember, like when I wrote a report years ago that Satya had approved the next hardware plan all up, including the handheld, that is still the case. All that shit is costed and approved. Now it could get unapproved if OpenAI destroys the entire global economy. I'm sure it probably would get unapproved, but it does seem like this is something they really want to do, and there's no reason to not do it, frankly, because if they're going to have the operating system, they're going to have the silicon. There's pretty much no reason to not do it. All the learnings they've got from the Xbox Ally, they built the Xbox Ally so they could go to market now and start gathering all the information they need to stop Windows ruining their next device. Do it now. There's a good analogy with Windows Phone here, Rand. I like my Windows Phone, but they released Windows 10 Mobile without doing any real testing or beta testing or anything, and it was just it was a shit show, man. It was crashy, buggy, it was broken. It was like that part of that whole UWP thing, if you remember that. They even wanted to make Xbox UWP at one point. And it was an absolute fucking nightmare. So at least this time they've put a device out into the public that they can basically beta test, and it's not like it's a bad experience. It's not like my games crash or things are broken like Windows 10 Mobile did. It's just there's a lot of like annoying usability issues. Like sometimes the Xbox app is no longer the Focus app, so I have to tap the screen to remind it that I'm trying to use the controller. Just really weird stuff like that. Sometimes I'll want to go into the Microsoft store to update an app, and I can't do it without opening the desktop. or I want to send a tweet from the Ally. I want to tweet some gameplay footage from the Ally, and I can't because there's no way to open Twitter without going to the desktop. Like all these kind of like weird little things. But these are things like that are going to be tested and improved on and iterated, hopefully. And then we eventually arrive at something which is virtually indistinguishable from the experience we have now, unless you want it. If you want to exit into the desktop and install Steam, you will be able to. If you want to exit into the desktop and install GOG and run a game from the 1980s, you will be able to. You know, and I think that's awesome. But it's also a big if. Can they nail all that shit? I don't know. Will Satya run out of mileage? Will Amy be like, oh, actually, we need some more money this quarter. All this shit is cancelled. Because I think that's distinctly a possibility in this universe. And I do think the economy is heading for a scary, scary period where it could just fully crash. You know, I think more people are worried about the economy right now than have been during COVID. Some surveys suggest. Could the economy just implode and fuck all this up? Definitely, man. I think definitely that's a thing. But I think this is far more compelling than just doing the same shit again and hoping for a different result. They were doing like another Xbox Series X console that was just the same thing over again, but just with better graphics. That does not move the needle for Xbox. So you might as well try and do something interesting, unique, maybe technologically cool.
Sure, but I mean, it also kind of absolves them of like their mistakes of this gen, where it's like, you know, they're only doing that because
there's no time
failed.
machine, man.
I know,
there's no time machine.
But it's like
can't go backwards. You've got to go forwards. So there's no time machine.
We got a super chat from Me Puppet says Microsoft only cares about money and AI. Poor customers. Satya only cares about that. He definitely only cares about all that stuff.
This is definitely Satya driving a lot of this bullshit.
Yes, I'd be interested to see when they actually start talking about it and showing this thing off. I mean, I guess, you know, there's the outside chance it's at like what the Game Awards this year, although I doubt it. I doubt they run that playbook back again where they announce the next Xbox at the Game Awards. I'm thinking they announce.
It'd be a little bit transparent. Like, yeah, we promise we're making it. You know, I think it'd be like a more confident play to announce it when it's ready and more something to show.
In my mind, it's like
selfishly, I want them to announce it.
Well, in my mind, you announce it at the showcase next year, the 25th anniversary of Xbox. You announce it alongside, you know, it's like, hey, celebrate 25 years of Xbox. It's like, here's the next one, and it's coming out next year, right? So that's where I would announce it if I was them. You know, talk about the future and then see what it can do. But I mean, they got 2 years to refine the PC experience. Because I mean, it does open up the question of like, how expensive is it going to be? Because people expect it to be expensive, and it's like, well, someone already owns like a better PC. At that point, it's like, well, should I just move to PC? Kind of thing, you know?
It's an Xbox, bro. It's an Xbox.
No, it's a PC. It's not an Xbox.
PC is an Xbox, bro.
I mean, it could be used.
Have you seen the ad?
Yeah, I've seen the ad. But I mean, let's say it could be used as an Xbox, but yeah, you know, most people don't because most people use Steam, and Steam's not an Xbox, right?
Well, that's the whole other kicker to this. It's like, are you not just handing Steam your business, you know, and paying that 30% cut that you don't want to pay forever because you've handed the whole business to them?
I don't know.
That's the other part of this. Like, it's not just a Windows issue here. It's not just an issue of like, oh, Windows sucks. It's an ecosystem issue too. There are not many games you can play on your Ally without stepping across to Steam. Like, you have to step across to Steam to get the most out of your Ally. You know, I'm someone who's obviously very in deep with the Xbox ecosystem, and I'm like someone who uses it for work and also for play and also for fun and out of curiosity for what Microsoft's doing. But like, I've literally, and I mean this, I've looked at the entire store for Xbox Play Anywhere games. I've looked at every single game that exists on that thing. Lying in bed awake in the middle of the night, I've looked at the entire store. I've purchased every single game I could possibly want that's Xbox Play Anywhere at this point.
Arc Raiders, Xbox Play Anywhere, just get on it. Let's go.
Yeah, it is. It is. Like, there's improvements coming, but my point is that I've bought every single Xbox Play Anywhere game that I would possibly want out of over 1,000 games, and it only amounts to about 40 games.
There's
You
not
know,
many of them.
and no, there's 1,000, but like a lot of them are just shovelware.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I mean that in the very literal sense. Like, that's not me being like mean to indies or something, because I love indie games, but they're like low quality games, genuinely low quality games. Like just sort of, you know, asset flip crap that someone's uploaded to the Microsoft Store. A lot of them are. So like, while we have seen improvements to Xbox Play Anywhere support, um, you know, in theory, you're not going to need that next gen. You're not going to need Xbox Play Anywhere support, because it'll run games made on the Xbox Series S platform, and at least Xbox Series S and X, sorry, and at least for like, how many years do you reckon? 5 years? They'll be cross-gen. So like, games that they build for the old systems like Xbox One, Series S, and Series X, they will work on the next-gen Xbox as well. And then eventually everything will be Play Anywhere by default, technically, I suppose, as we move forward. But they got 2 years to solve all these kind of issues. And I'm intrigued to see if they pull it off, man.
Yeah. What else we got here? Did you see this Simpsons Fortnite collab?
Oh my god, yeah, my Instagram
Bro,
algorithms cooked with it, man.
say what you will about Fortnite and Epic and stuff, but they really go all out.
Yeah, it's not just their collabs are like other companies just like, our collabs are skin.
Yeah, we got a skin.
Our
like
collabs
what did Overwatch didn't Overwatch 2 have a skin? Like skins for, I forget what TV or movie
One
thing.
Piece,
Yeah.
BTS.
Fortnite's like, they have the skins and all that stuff, and then they go build the Simpsons map, which is like a collab. Honestly, I saw that, and I literally for like a few seconds thought, I'm gonna download Fortnite and check this out. I didn't, because I came to my senses, but I was so impressed by what I saw. I was like, that is amazing. And I can imagine why a lot of companies want to work with Fortnite. Because if you are introducing, because when you think about the demographics of Simpsons, I mean, that was really popular when I was in grammar school and in high school, right? That's when it was at its peak. You know, it's been on for a long time now, but I would imagine the Gen Alphas and the Gen Zs and stuff don't know or care about the Simpsons, because I mean, the Simpsons haven't really been.
They're aware of it.
I'm sure they're aware of it, but it's also like, what better way to introduce a property to a younger audience than doing what they're doing now with this. So now it's like, you have all, like, the whole island is Simpsons themed, and it's getting all this traction on social media, and people are going to play it. You know, I'd be curious to see if it bumps up any of the ratings or whatever. I mean, they do have a movie coming out in 2 years, so maybe that's sort of the part of this, but I would imagine that stuff's not cheap to do. There's a reason why people do skins, because it's somewhat cheap. Like, you maybe have an artist who does it out, and like, okay, we got this stuff or whatever. But I mean, that's the entire map. And not only do you have to like spend a lot of time doing it, but you also got to be fans of The Simpsons too, because they have like every sort of nook and cranny that you could possibly imagine, or something that you could visit. So you can tell someone on the team, or plenty of people on the team, must be like Simpsons lovers. I don't like Fortnite, but seeing this, it's like, I have an appreciation for what they do. I'm like, that is pretty damn cool. Because like, name anybody else that like done any of that. I mean, you do have like some like Sea of Thieves, when you have the Sea of Thieves like Pirates of the Caribbean crossover kind of thing, which was cool. But I think this is like an even like larger, and it just kind of, if this is a really big success, you sort of wonder what other companies might sort of do that right there. Because I would imagine, well, see, this is part of Disney owns Simpsons now, right? I think so. I already think Epic has a deal with Disney, so maybe it's already part of their deal already to do some of those things or whatever. Because I was thinking like, well, if you get another company in there, come in there and be like, we want you to do up the whole island this way, how much it would cost and whatever. But like, yeah, so impressive. And they just missed out on the whole Fortnite crew thing for Xbox, because it started, I think, today, and that the Xbox the perks for the Fortnite Ultimate stuff doesn't happen until like the 15th. So they couldn't even time it with that. You know, they missed out on it.
I think what impresses me about the Fortnite thing, it's not just the map either. It's like even the battle bus coming in is like the Simpsons intro. It's like there's just infinite references. Like you can go to Homer's house and like sit in the sofa, and then the intro starts playing and shit, and then like you can sit there with like Goku and all the different skins and stuff like that.
Yeah,
they really go really all out when it comes to collabs. Like rather than just like, oh, here's some like bullshit skins. It's tough, man, because like sometimes I think companies see these collabs and just think like, oh, this is what people want now. They want collabs. So like in Diablo, for example, we got the Berserk collab, right? They put Guts' armor and Guts' weapon in Berserk and some other stuff from Berserk, and it was just like a bunch of cosmetics and whatever. And also, I think there was like a crossover song they did with a band. It was a good song actually, like a metal song. But at the same time, it's like I don't really want Berserk in Diablo. It's like I want that's like lore and shit. Like you fucking with the lore there. But like Fortnite's a game that's built all up for collabs, you know. So I mean originally it was a zombie apocalypse kind of game, but it immediately pivoted into this. And that's kind of what Fortnite's identity is now. But like when companies do it with other properties like Diablo, it kind of comes off as a bit cynical to me. I don't know. Maybe that's unfair, but what do you think?
I mean, I could see it being cynical. I get it, but I don't know. The fact that this got me thinking about installing Fortnite for a few seconds is a W for them. You know?
No, even I thought that.
I was like, man, I kind of want to install that to just fuck around in the game, just, you know, but I didn't. So, what else we got here? Oh, did you see the stuff surrounding Warner Brothers?
Yeah, they're trying to sell, right?
Yeah. So Paramount, I guess Netflix has shut down 2 of Paramount's bids. They've rejected them. And the new reporting is that Netflix is looking to get in. They hired like a bank to kind of go over the details and everything. So I think there are some corporations that are interested, like Apple, NBC Universal, Netflix, Paramount, or whatever. And you know, in the film community, there's apprehension about Netflix because Netflix doesn't really, you know, they don't do the theatrical model. So a lot of people that love movies really don't want Netflix anywhere close to Warner Brothers. They don't want Warner Brothers to sell. Like they want it to be like, hey, we want Warner Brothers to continue to exist by itself, but clearly they're going to try to sell to somebody. So, you know, people don't like Paramount, but they'll be like, well, Paramount at least does movies, so if they bought them, like Warner Brothers, I think because Warner Brothers puts out like 8 to 10 movies a year. And the fear is if they went to Netflix, well, they wouldn't be doing that anymore. They would just be releasing them on streaming. And
but bro, nobody goes to movies anymore. Didn't you see?
I know, I saw.
The box office had its worst Halloween for 30
well, because
years.
look at the movies that are at the box office. Why should anybody go to the box office to see the movies that they're putting out there when they know that those movies will be in streaming in less than a month? They aren't worth the price tag to go out to see those movies. Those movies suck. But when they actually do put out great movies at the show, people go and see them.
Like what? What is a great? I haven't. There isn't a single movie that is good enough to get me out of bed.
It's not necessarily about like the movie's quality. It's about it being perceived as something you need to go and see at the show. Like something about a Mission Impossible or
Mission Impossible. I ain't getting out of bed for that
or
shit.
Dune Part 2. Like those movies where it's like it's an event and you need to see it on the biggest screen with the best sound, in IMAX and stuff. It's not about the twiddly dink rom-coms or any of these smaller games where people don't care anymore. Like they don't care. Like they'll be fine waiting 2 weeks or 3 weeks to watch that movie on streaming or in the comfort of their own home. Hollywood hasn't adjusted yet to this because they're still trying to do things that have worked in the past, and clearly people's appetites for it and their predisposition to continue on like it was before the pandemic and how everything went to streaming, like they're acting like it hasn't changed, but it has.
No, the problem with movies is people. Movie theaters are full of assholes.
Sure.
Why would I want to go to a movie theater where
but
everyone's
the thing
screaming
is,
and talking,
but the thing is, the movie theaters,
like in the Minecraft
movie
movies.
theaters have been filled with assholes since the dawn of time, and
Yeah,
we all used to go. I used to go a lot.
It's worse than ever, bro.
Well, sure.
Because of social
there
media.
are phones and all that
no
stuff.
one's got any filter anymore. No one's got a filter. Everyone wants to be like edgy and like, oh, I can do anything I want in public because I saw this streamer being a prick in public. So now I'm going to be a prick in public.
But I'm just saying, people have been assholes forever, and you'd always get rude people regardless. But if the movie was worth seeing at the show, you'd go. The movies that they've been releasing, they aren't worth going to see because ticket prices are the way they are, and it's like, why am I going to spend $20 plus concessions when I can just wait? And if I want to watch this for $5 later, then I will. They need to rein in the budgets.
Bro.
But the thing is, Netflix might buy Warner Brothers because to them it's like, we can get all that content and we can buy this for one single price and it's ours. We don't have to license it anymore.
Goes by it.
Well, I mean, I
want Netflix to buy it, man.
I wouldn't mind if Netflix bought it because I don't go to the movies either, and I do have Netflix. So
there you go. You're part of the fucking problem.
I don't go because there's nothing to go to see the movies for.
You read books. You're killing gaming, and you're also killing the movie industry.
How am I killing gaming when I played Keeper and Ninja Gaiden and Battlefield and Arc Raiders and all the other games Arc Raiders and Battlefield, yeah. Well, Battlefield, a listener to the show actually sent it to me. Because he heard
there you go. Well, you're still killing gaming, bro.
Well, somebody bought it. I'm shout him out here. Who is it?
EA bought my copy.
Yeah, Champagne Supernova.
I bought my own copy. EA blacklisted me.
Yeah, you get EA. Champagne Supernova sent it to me because he heard that I hadn't played it yet and I was gonna get it, and he's like, "Here, I sent your code," and I was like, "Oh, this is very nice of you. Thank you." Because I was gonna get it. You don't deserve a copy.
I bought my own code like back in the day. Crazy.
But yeah. So I don't know who's gonna get them. I could see why Warner Brothers is interested because you could get like the whole DC library, you could get like the HBO library. That's a lot of content to put on in your own stuff. Plus, would also probably justify a more price increase for them.
Animated.
Hey, Netflix is now $30 a month if they bought Warner Brothers and added all their stuff. And it was like, hey, we have all this stuff. But I've seen people saying Apple because Apple at least puts stuff in theaters still, or Paramount or whatever.
Not Apple. Please,
I don't know. Then there's like the gaming segment. What would that go with that? I mean, I think I did see Sony said that they're not interested and they're not going to bid on it. So,
how much is it?
I don't know. I mean, they've turned down 2 of Paramount's bids, so I'm not sure how much they want.
Rand.
What?
How about this? Xbox bid on it, man.
That's not happening, and it's not happening. I mean, there was, before Bethesda and before ABK, they were interested in Warner Brothers. It just, the whole thing was IP ownership. But, now you would actually own all the IP because you're buying Warner Brothers itself. They're the ones for sale. So you would own Batman and Superman and all that stuff. But then it's like, also at the same time, does Microsoft want to actually own the HBO Max streaming service and like a movie studio that they would have to run and all that sort of stuff? I doubt it. Like, was Satya really gonna does that stuff run 30% margins, or would Satya have to cut a whole bunch of stuff? Isn't streaming sort of like a money sink unless you're Netflix?
Yeah, but bro, think of the drama.
Yeah, think of the drama.
Yeah,
think of the drama. I don't know. Somebody's gonna buy them. I don't know who it's going to be. So we'll all find out together eventually.
I hope it's Netflix because I want Batman Animated and Batman Beyond on Netflix. Even though I own them on DVD, I don't own a DVD player. So fuck.
Michael in the Super Chat says, as a physical media collector of movies, if Netflix buys Warner Brothers, they will not release movies on 4K. It'd be all Blu-ray. I mean, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, good point.
So I know that's why a lot of people are against Netflix buying Warner Brothers because of what they'll do, because it doesn't fit into Netflix's business strategy.
That's true.
But they're interested because they could buy all that IP and all that content for a one-time price instead of licensing it, and they could just own it. And then it's like, hey, we're raising the price because we got DC now, we got all these things, and it probably looks pretty tasty to them. But we'll see. Where it all
do you know
ends
the
up.
real reason I think Microsoft wouldn't buy them is?
Why?
PTSD. I think Phil and Brad Smith and all those guys, they have PTSD of Aqua and Activision, and I think they don't want to go through that over again. They haven't. They've not acquired anything since then. I think they've got PTSD, bro.
It's true.
Like Microsoft all up hasn't acquired anything. Like no AI companies or anything. They've just invested here and there. So yeah, I think they're depressed, bro.
All right, you know what? Let's head over and do some Patreon questions. So for those of you still with us, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Hit the thumbs up if you haven't already and subscribe to the channel. Appreciate you. You can always join the Patreon at patreon.com/XB2, where you can drop a question for us to answer here. And check out our sponsor for this episode, Surfshark. What's the URL? Surfshark.net/XB2.
Surfshark.net/XB2, yeah.
Yeah, links in the description if you want to check that out. Helps out the channel and helps protect yourself online. So, we got some questions to go through here in the Patreon stuff. We have
double questions.
What?
Double questions.
Yeah. We have Giacomo, who says, "Hey Jez, first of all, I really like your videos and articles on Windows Central, and as a PC gamer since I was a child, I love what Xbox and Game Pass made for PC and console gamers. I really like RTS games, and of course, I'm a big fan of AoE's franchise. There are many rumors, very legitimized in my opinion, about a new AoE under development in Unreal Engine. And he links WCCF Tech and a link to Google Doc. He says, the rumors said more titles than Unreal Engine 5 under development by World's Edge. My question is, could you share something about what World's Edge is doing now? And what about Relic Entertainment? Thank you so much, Jez, and I really hope you answer the question. There's a high hype for the future of AoE. AoE 4 has been released 4 years ago. Cheers, Jimmy."
Yeah, man. First of all, welcome. So thanks for that. Second of all, I hate to be disappointing, but I haven't really found out anything about what the plan is for Age of Empires yet. I'm trying to find out more because I did see those. I think maybe even it was you who spurred me onto this, but I did start investigating that there's an Unreal Engine Age of Empires in development. I did hear, man, should I share this? Maybe not. I did hear a long time ago, maybe 2 years ago, that Age of Empires was exploring reviving another classic Microsoft-owned strategy franchise. But I don't know if anything came of that. Probably didn't, to be honest. But I think there's a lot of appetite for RTS there, and Microsoft knows that's a genre they kind of own now, in a way. I know there are other great RTSs out there, sure, but like Age of Empires is like one of the most heavily engaged classic style RTS games, I think, these days. So, yeah, I suppose watch this space, and as soon as I have something cool, I'll let you know.
All right. Rave Demos says, "Gentlemen, Randall recovered and Jez solo. Jez, do you have any insight as what exactly is going to make a PC an Xbox PC versus just a regular PC? Will it be a chip, specific set of custom APUs, and a cute little hologram of Master Chief engraved on the silicon? What exactly is that thing that makes it different? Gentlemen, stay awesome. I'm glad we have you two as part of the Xbox community."
Thank you so much. Well, I think at least for now, the thing that makes it exclusive will be the chip. So, and this is kind of like the thing that I think even Microsoft themselves aren't 100% on yet. Microsoft hasn't decided whether they're gonna sort of like keep the backwards compatibility chip exclusive for Xbox branded hardware, or whether they might open it up to OEMs to make their own Xbox consoles. I think like there's an argument for both there. I think if you kind of if you do want to go head first into this universe where anything is an Xbox, you kind of need that chip in order to be able to say, yeah, it's got every Xbox game on it, right? But at the same time, it's the only thing really that makes Microsoft's ecosystem unique is that library of content. I would say, I don't know, maybe Rand agrees with me. It's like the most valuable part of the Xbox business all up is that library and its users. So you could keep it exclusive, but I honestly think they haven't decided yet. At the very least, in the early part, it's going to be exclusive. But I suppose like it remains to be seen if there'll be other companies making it, because eventually over time, that backwards compatibility will be less and less relevant. Like in 20 years, is anyone going to care if I can play The Witcher 3 old Series X version on a future Xbox? Probably not. So it kind of incentivizes developers to move to Xbox Play Anywhere if it's not universally available in this multi-pronged universe. But the real answer is I don't know. I don't know if they will do that, but at the very least, at the start of it, I would expect the thing that makes it unique is your library and all your save files.
And he says, Rand, when I'm not feeling well, I prefer to wallow in bed or cuddle up on the couch with a can of unhealthy Campbell's chicken noodle soup, piping hot. I'll sleep, rest, watch Netflix game, and I'll keep it light till I feel better. What is your routine for go-to when you're under the weather? Hope you're feeling better soon.
That's a nice question.
Usually just I'll read or I'll watch something on Netflix, really. I don't really stay in bed. If I'm up, I'm up. I couldn't even tell you last time I had soup.
I love soup.
Yeah. I'll just kind of sit back in a chair and just relax and just read. And then watch something on television later. We got Sierra.
Oh, you'll do everything
Kevin.
except gaming.
No, I mean
Satsy was right.
Yeah. Sierra and Kevin says, Hi Rand and Jez, as always, appreciate you both. I resisted picking up a ROG Xbox Ally, even though I was very tempted since I was traveling for work this week, including air travel. While in the air, I realized the Wi-Fi was free, so I connected my phone. I was curious about the speed, so I ran a speed test, and I was pleasantly surprised. I said, what the heck, and I started Xbox xCloud on my phone. I didn't have a controller, but saw the Keeper has touch controls. Holy crap, I was shocked at how well it ran, but also surprised how well the touch controls work for Keeper, which is a good game for that option. This experience has somewhat changed my mind on full portable device. I'm having fewer and fewer times where I don't have access to online to jump on for a quick game. Not better, of course, but more cost effective for me. Also, I would really like more games to add touch controls. Doesn't seem like more recent games add that in for cloud. So,
yeah, touch. One of the teams that was laid off last summer was the team making touch controls for xCloud games.
mm-hmm.
So like developers can make touch. Microsoft was doing a lot of the work there, with a small team adding touch controls to games. So some of the games like Scarlet Nexus, for example, have like a very unique touch interface, like even with unique graphics. That was that team, and they were laid off. So it's now up to developers to add touch controls if they want to. And you have to wonder like how many people are going to do that, because the amount of people playing xCloud on touch is probably minuscule, niche within a niche. But it might be something that, AI can help with in the future. I don't know why they don't just let us make our own touch controls, or let the community make touch controls and like download a file like best touch controls for this or whatever. That seems like an obvious solution to me, but I don't know. But yeah, it is impressive how well xCloud is running, even on shitty connections now. Like when I made my video about xCloud for the Windows Central channel this week, I wanted to do part of the video. Part of the video was going to be about how shit it runs on a bad connection. So I was going to be like, this is how it runs on a really good connection. It's really good because, TV's plugged in Ethernet, and I've got 1 gigabyte Wi-Fi, 5 gigahertz, Wi-Fi 6E, and all that kind of shit, ideal conditions. So what I did was I connected my phone to 5G, which is hundreds of meters away. I've only got two bars if I'm lucky with that, right? And it gives me a fairly inconsistent 50 meg down, which ain't bad, but it's not something you would have been able to use for xCloud back in the day. but Witcher 3 ran flawlessly, even on 50 meg down. So I'm just like, they've fucking nailed something here, man. It's going to be interesting to see if that can ever go mainstream.
He also says, question 2, if Microsoft keeps up their promise for a high volume of games added to Game Pass, do you think that will have an impact on their premium add-ons? I'm one of those people that talk myself into buying these mostly for the early access. But recently with the release of Outer Worlds 2, I didn't even think of that since I'm working my way through the backlog with the Keeper and Ninja Gaiden 4 still being worked through. It's a good thing since it saves me money to offset some higher costs and monthly subscriptions, but I would think Microsoft would also be thinking about that impact as well. I mean, you would probably hope for a better spaced out release cadence. Like, I still just wonder why they released Keeper, Ninja Gaiden 4, and Outer Worlds 2 with basically within a window of 2 weeks. Because that's what it was. Like, Keeper came out that Friday, Ninja Gaiden 4 came out the following Tuesday, and then early access for Outer Worlds 2 came out that Friday. So it was basically within a 1 week time, all 3 games were out. And it's not like Ninja Gaiden 4 is a short game. I mean, I think my playtime on it was 20 hours. I think Outer Worlds 2 is around 30 hours, depending on how much you do and stuff. Yeah, Keeper's short, but... And I guess you could make the argument, like, well, they couldn't be more different from one another, right? Outer Worlds 2 versus Ninja Gaiden 4 versus Keeper, but... Normally, you would
can only play one game at a time.
You can only play one game at a time, but I mean, Zero01 Kevin brings up a good point where it's like, normally I would have spent the extra money for the Outer Worlds 2 early access, which is like $30, but because I had Ninja Gaiden 4 and Keeper from Game Pass, I didn't need to. So because of their release logjam, it cost Microsoft money. But I would imagine, like, when you go into next year and you got Forza, Halo, Gears, Call of Duty, and, all the big hitters next year, I would imagine they'll space them out better. Like, I can't imagine a scenario where, like, Gears is, like, Friday, November 5th, and, like, Halo is, Friday, November 12th. I don't think you'll see that back-to-back. I think they'll probably space those games out better. And maybe this is one of those things where, like, hey, that's when the games are going to be released. Or maybe they had an idea that, hey, Keeper should have been was targeting September, but needed an extra move. Or, Ninja Gaiden was supposed to be, like, earlier, but that's just how the game's finished, and that was their their timeline. But yeah, I get what you're saying, and that is something I did think of like the idea of like, well, you got so many stuff here to play. You don't need to play Outer Worlds too early if you have all this other stuff. So, I think, and now they had so many games this year too. Like it was like they almost had like a game every single month. There was only like a couple months where they didn't have something. So it's like you got to release the games when they're ready to release. John says, hi, Jez, and hopefully Rand. Here are my 2 questions. 1, what is the game plan here? If the next Xbox will be a device with more power than the PlayStation 6 but cost a lot more, how is this going to increase market share? I'll answer that one. It won't. The Xbox Series X is more powerful than the PlayStation 5, but developers develop for the PS5 as a lead console, and as such, they never take advantage of the Xbox's increased power. Won't the same thing happen next gen, unless people would buy the Xbox because it's going to cost more and no longer has exclusives? Not trying to sound negative here, but I'm missing something. No, I don't think you're missing anything, because I think the same thing's going to happen. I think the same as you, that the next Xbox PC thing is not going to sell what the Xbox Series X and S did, especially if it's priced in the $1,000 range. They'd be lucky to sell 10 million of those things. So, yes, it's not going to increase their market share, and I'm sure people will pull out the Phil Spencer quote from when the PS5 Pro came out, and he said, we're not going to increase the market share by releasing $1,000 consoles, which is something he did say. And then they're probably going to release around a $1,000 console. Yeah, and the question is very much as you, like we talked about before. What does Steam do for you on there? Like, it's great for consumers. It's a very consumer friendly device. But also as a business wise, like, what is that really doing? Are you just handing your business over to Steam? Are you okay only selling 10 million of them because you're going to be trying to make up your money elsewhere, everywhere else by being a third-party publisher, and the only reason the console
Everything's an Xbox.
exists is because you need a place for Game Pass to kind of instead of not offering a new console because the Game Pass users are mostly on console, you need a way for them to keep subscribed for a while and until you off-road them to PC, which I think is probably clearly where they want people to go is on PC. Is that like soft off ramp that was like, well, hey, this device is a PC, so I don't know. I mean, those are questions that they would have to answer. But yeah, I mean, it's like how are they going to increase market share? And it's like I think the simple answer is they won't, and I don't think I think they're planning on that it won't either. It's just going to be
they think of market share as their monthly active users now.
Yeah, there's also that.
How many monthly active users we got compared to PlayStation, Tencent? That's the way they kind of think of it now, for better or worse. They don't really think of like what's our console market share. It's like that's why they're talking about TikTok and things like that. Like what's TikTok's monthly active users? We want those numbers, And you can argue that's a dumb strategy, but that is the strategy. It seems like everything's an Xbox when you're trying to target monthly active users. Like when Satya talks about 500 million monthly active users, of course he's talking about Candy Crush and Minecraft on a phone or an iPad and shit like that, right? So I think Microsoft's like the only reason that next Xbox exists is 100% for the existing static user base that is still profitable. Like we are profitable as Xbox users, but we're just not growing. So the investment money really is going towards finding the growth, i.e. buying Activision, i.e. multi-platform stuff, i.e. improving Windows to actually maybe make Xbox PC something people actually want to use and not just begrudgingly use because they think PC Game Pass is a good deal. So that's just where the investment money's going. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
His second question is, if paid multiplayer is dropped from next gen as rumored, surely Xbox will have to reduce the price of all Game Pass tiers as the current offering includes multiplayer costs. Do you think Xbox will keep the prices the same and cream off the profit, or would they reduce the price of all Game Pass tiers? I love you, John.
Brand can answer that.
But I mean, the idea that they're going to reduce prices, come on. We all know this is ridiculous. This is a corporation. They ain't going to reduce shit. Come on. Exactly if they really do remove the paywall, the prices remain the same. Plus, if this is 2 years away, the prices might even be more expensive. Game Pass Ultimate might be $32 or $35 by then. So no, my answer is if they get rid of it, they won't lower the price, even though they should, but they won't. There's maybe other things they could add to justify the price increase, like they did this past where they included Fortnite Crew and Ubisoft Plus, where it seems like you're getting more value, but it's just like if you don't use those things, you're not. So no, it won't go up. And who knows, maybe it'll only be for the people on that console where it's like if you own this console, you don't need it to play online, but if you're still on Xbox Series X and S or Xbox One or whatever, you still need it. I'm very curious how they're going to run that, because essentially if it's a PC device, don't you only need Game Pass PC? But I mean, clearly it's going to be like the console price because they want people to pay as much as they could. So I don't know. That is something they're going to have to explain if it does happen. But they got some time to do it, but I would not expect the price to decrease whatsoever.
I'll tell you what will happen there is PC Game Pass won't exist.
Yeah, it's certainly possible they merge it at that point.
Yeah, PC Game Pass will become Game Pass Premium. And PC Game Pass users will lose access to day one games.
It's certainly possible.
Unless they upgrade.
Yeah.
That's what I think is going to happen.
I mean, that's certainly possible. You never know. We got CJ who says, welcome back, Ryan. How about that Bears game yesterday? Crazy ending. Really nuts. One of the craziest endings to a game I've ever seen. We got Silas who says, welcome back, Rand. Rar. 1, Rand, you wake up Saturday and you have completely free weekend. Before you are a book you have been waiting years to read. and you have your most anticipated yearly game, which will take you 10 to 20 hours to finish. What do you choose first? Well, book. I always read before I game. So I got the 3 biggest books I've been looking forward to it all year literally come out the next 3 weeks. So we got Empire of the Dawn from Jay Kristoff, the final book in the Empire of the Vampire trilogy. That comes tomorrow. So excited to finish that series off. And because I always read like before a game because I don't game till later. Next week, we have book 2 in the Hierarchy series, Strength of the Few by James Islington. And I've been dying to read this book since the first one came out a couple years ago. And then the week after that, we have the end, book 7 of the Sun Eater series, the Sun Eater saga, Shadows Upon Time. And it's weird because if you ask me which one I'm most anticipating more, it'd be a toss-up. But honestly, it's probably the Sun Eater saga because 7 books long. I read that series before any of the other 2, so I am most looking forward to Sun Eater, and I'd read those before I'd read any of the games. I mean, this is saying like I don't choose between book and game. It's like I'll read the book, like 150 pages, and then I'll go game, and then I'll get off the game and maybe read another 100 pages and go to bed. So I don't necessarily have to choose, but if I had to choose. I guess it depends on the game versus the book. Like if it's Grand Theft Auto 6, I probably choose that. But if it's something else, I probably choose the book. If anybody's also looking for anything like a book recommendation, I did just finish Joe Hill's King Sorrow, his first book in 10 years. I love that book to death. Going to be in the top 5 for me. I'd recommend it. I mean, it's 900 pages, so that might turn off to some people, but the big books don't really. I love the longer the book the better, honestly. Like Empire of the Dawn is 750 pages, Strength of the Few 780 pages, and Shadows Upon Time is 900 pages, and like I'm just happy because I don't know, there's something about a long book, especially at the end of series. Like I know a lot of books are 300 or 400 pages, and I always thought like, man, those are small. Because I cut my teeth on long-ass books. I cut my teeth on Wheel of Time and Song of Ice and Fire and The Stand and It and shit. So, like, to me, a book ain't a book unless it's over 600 pages, So, King Sorrow was really damn good. So, if you're looking for something to read, read that. Let's see. What else he said? 2, Sati has a change of heart. The console is front and center in the Xbox long-term plan. He comes to you and chaps and says he will buy 3 IP regardless of price. 1 from a third party, 1 from PlayStation, and 1 from Nintendo. The caveat is the IP has to be 100% owned, so no Spider-Man and Pokemon. What would you tell him to buy? For me, I go with Grand Theft Auto from Rockstar, Mario from Nintendo. You can get so many games from the IP like platformers, carts, puzzle, sports, etc. Sony is more difficult. I guess God of War. With different time periods, there's variety to be had. So, Jez, what about this one? If you could buy, no matter how much money, you could buy 1 from third-party PlayStation, Nintendo, what would it be? What would you buy? Jez?
Fucking muted for like 50 hours.
Jeez.
Hello, Rand.
You yourself, huh?
Yeah, I thought you were ignoring me because I was like, bro, you're really going to read Empire of the Yawn before GTA
Empire
6?
of the Dawn. Well, no, if it was... Well, the thing is, I don't have to choose between both. It's not like if I do one, I can't do the other,
Yeah, but you said you'd read the book first before playing GTA 6. I don't believe
Well, I
that.
said it depends on the game, too. If it was GTA 6, I probably would play GTA 6, but, Like tomorrow, when Empire of the Dawn comes, I'll read that before I play whatever game I'm playing. But what was the three
Empire of the Yawn.
What was the 3 things you'd buy, Jez?
3 things I buy from Nintendo, Nintendo or
1
PlayStation
from third
for
party,
Xbox.
1 from Nintendo, 1 from PlayStation.
Ugh, that's tough, man.
I mean, it's easy. Third party, Grand Theft Auto. Right?
No, I wouldn't buy that.
Why wouldn't you buy
do
that?
yours. So easy.
If you're talking about like for the business, 1 Grand Theft Auto. I'd buy
Yeah.
Mario from Nintendo. And from PlayStation, I'd probably buy
Astrobot.
no.
Spider-Bro.
I mean, it probably would buy God of War, honestly.
Over Spider-Man?
No, because it has to be wholly owned. So Spider-Man's owned by Disney.
Oh, okay.
So it has to be like, and I was thinking like, what is Sony's biggest thing? And it was Gran Turismo, but it's like, So maybe God of War would be one. I think it's harder to choose from PlayStation. Because like with Mario, you can not only can do 3D Mario, but you can do Mario Kart, you can do Mario Party. There's a lot of different games you can get out of just buying Mario. And Grand Theft Auto is the biggest game out there, so those two make sense. With PlayStation, it's a little more difficult, so I guess it depends. What would you get?
So these are just IPs, not studios?
Just IPs.
I buy XCOM.
Okay. You're not being serious, okay.
What? I'm being... You asked me what I would buy?
Yeah.
Yeah, XCOM.
Why?
So, because XCOM is lit, and Firaxis put it on ice.
So we're on the next question because you're not being serious. All right.
Being serious? I'm being 100% serious.
So if Satya came to say, "Hey, I can buy anything from third party. Don't worry about the price," and you're just like, "Good XCOM, good XCOM," and he'd look at you and fire your ass.
For me, it's for me. Or is this specifically for the good of the business?
Yeah, good of the business, bro.
Because if it's for the good of the business, there's a mathematical reality.
Yeah. He says Satya has a change of heart. The console is front and center in Xbox's long-term plan. He comes to you and says he will buy 3 IP regardless of price. So this isn't like what Jez wants. It's like what would be the best.
Well. Oh, okay then. Genshin Impact.
Okay. I don't hate that choice, I guess.
You gotta have your simps. Elden Ring.
Well, you already used your
actually, we can only have one third party.
Yeah,
okay.
only one third party.
So from third party, I'd choose Genshin Impact. And then because Genshin Impact just dropped its sort of Roblox shit recently. I mean, the obvious answer is Roblox, isn't it? Yeah. But it's a publicly traded company and shit like that. So from Nintendo, I would buy Super Metroid.
Okay.
And this is a double pronged approach because I do realize obviously Mario is a bigger deal, but I think Metroid being Xbox being the shooter box that it is, you have to look at how well Helldivers is doing on Xbox to get an idea of the disparity that comes with spending decades building up a shooter audience. I think Metroid would do really well on Xbox, disproportionately well than Mario would. Because I don't think any little kids are left on Xbox at this point. And then from PlayStation, I would buy. And then Last of Us, because again, shooter box.
Okay.
And then I'd I don't know if they want to make a third Last of Us, but I'd make a third Last of Us, written by me, and it'd be great. And it'd be set in England. In the Midlands, specifically. And everyone would love it. And you'd be in it, Rand. You'd get killed in the first act.
We got Omen, who says, hope you're feeling better, Rand. Let's pretend that today it's announced that Microsoft and Sony traded each other's divisions. Microsoft owns PlayStation and Sony now owns Xbox. Do you think Microsoft would change their strategy at all? What I mean by that is, do you think Microsoft-led PlayStation would start going multi-plat, increase subscription costs and hardware costs in order to improve margins? Last I read, PlayStation only has 10% margins. Conversely, do you think Sony-owned Xbox would start locking down games like COD, ES6, Halo, and others as exclusives? Now, that's an interesting question.
I think my answer is they would do exactly the same they're doing now. Because PlayStation's doing the same strategy, just slower. PlayStation's going multi-platform, just slower. So their strategies are already the same. Just PlayStation's having a tougher time admitting it to themselves, I think. So that's my answer. And maybe Rand feels differently.
Well, so if like a PlayStation-owned Xbox was also had like under Microsoft and it was like, hey, we need to hit these 30% margins, I don't think they would. They obviously wouldn't be able to make those games exclusive. So I think though that would sort of stay the same, right? A Microsoft-owned PlayStation, you would, if they're not under, like if Microsoft was under Sony, or if Xbox was under Sony and not like Satya and Amy Hood, maybe they keep it the current way. I honestly think everything would stay the same as like a PlayStation under Microsoft would not do exclusives, and an Xbox under PlayStation would kind of go in the same way that PlayStation's currently going. Because I think some of that is like from up above, where it's like, hey, we need to reach these certain margins, and PlayStation even right now, which all they sell and all that, like they have like 12-15% margins, so that's not good enough for Amy Hood, right? So I don't really think much would change, really. I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I think it would probably all just stay the same. How it currently is. Chris says, glad to hear you be on the pod tonight, Rand. Hope you're feeling better. Given a lot of what we're hearing about pricing and the nature of the next Xbox, is it possible Microsoft just wants out of the console business, but they may have requirements in place already to make it, so they're just going to Neo Geo this thing and make it both incredible in capabilities and overly expensive so that it'll price out everyone, but the super devoted niche fans and lower sales will give them the excuse to move on from making consoles. What do you think, Jez? Is this a precursor? They want out, so they're going to price everybody out?
No, I mean, it doesn't seem like a logical thing to do, does it? They want it out. They just get out, I think. No?
You would think so. If they wanted out, they just would get out. But
they'd take a write-down. Microsoft's done it before. They've taken huge write-downs. They took a huge write-down on Surface RT. They took a huge write-down on Nokia when they acquired that. I suppose, like, the write-down on the console business wouldn't even probably be as big as the write-down on Nokia. I mean, they would probably just be like... Actually, it probably would be bigger than Nokia. But they'd still have their publishing business, which is obviously huge. So I think they'd cut their losses and just, take that saving, because obviously that's thousands of layoffs. So they'd have an immediate impact on their profitability. So I think they'd just do it. I think it's just a tough economy, man. And I think we're going to see, when you look away from gaming and look at other industries and other economies going on, like even stuff like natural resources and steel and cars, like it doesn't feel like any industry is doing well right now. If you look at other industries, everything's cut. Unless you're like in the algorithmic ads business, you're kind of screwed. So...
He says his other question is, now that we've settled into the new Game Pass prices, the recent glut of solid games, the Game Pass helps soothe that pain a bit. If Game Pass was still $20, we'd all say the last month has been the most absurd value ever, given how many and what games were added to the service. I'd argue October was worth $30 for the month. If they hit that kind of pace for, say, 6 out of 12 months a year, could it be argued that you are in fact getting good value, especially given Game Pass Ultimate is only $5 a month more than the highest Netflix tier? Hope you have a both fantastic week. Well, it all depends on if the games that you want to play are in it or not. Some people aren't going to be interested in Outer Worlds 2 or Keeper or whatever. And that's what I kind of argued, that instead of it being a lock-in for a yearly subscription, it's almost more become like a month-to-month thing, where 1 month it might be exceedingly overvalue, and then the next month might be like, nah, nothing here, right? But I mean, like, October is a great month. Ball X Pit came out of nowhere. You had the 3 Microsoft published games. I think Hogwarts Legacy came and whatever. So, I mean, value's in the eye of the beholder, as people say. It won't be for everybody, but it definitely will be for a lot of people. And I even wonder how many people even canceled their Game Pass Ultimate. Like, honestly, I wonder if we, because I know their financials came out, and their Xbox content and services was up 1% or basically flat, and then their hardware revenue was down 29%. And I mean, we know the hardware revenue was going to decline pretty vastly considering the price increase and the demand of the consoles, but they had projected like a negative 4% decline in Xbox content and services, so to actually beat that number. And I did see like, oh, they lost like $110 million or whatever it was, and it was like, well, they didn't really, they don't report profit and loss stuff, so like it made $110 million less than the quarter they're comparing it to, which I guess isn't, you don't want that, but I guess you could make the argument that, well, a lot of the lost revenues from hardware, and hardware is a notoriously low margin business, so one could make the argument potentially that maybe they had higher margins on what they did do, because if you sold less hardware, you probably lost less money, and you sold more of the stuff that makes money, so maybe they had better margins that quarter than they did a year ago. But it would be impossible to know without actually seeing all the details. So maybe they didn't. So yeah.
Sorry, we just got some breaking news, sort of.
Oh yeah, what's the breaking news?
Any game on Twitch, any game that is mature rated on Twitch or on YouTube in the United Kingdom is now blocked unless you do age verification. And there's currently no way to age verify yourself on Twitch, so they're just blocked for everyone on Twitch permanently.
I don't know if you saw, but the YouTube's changing their policies for like graphic games soon, so people are already like, it's going to affect Grand Theft Auto, it's going to affect Wolverine and stuff. But this obviously isn't that. But hey, Surfshark is there for you, so you might want to plug Surfshark again, Jez.
Surfshark.
Yep. Let's see what else we got here. We have good old Collinwood says, hello, Rand and Jez. Rand, I know you don't eat out much because you're on a diet, but if Jez happened to visit and want a pizza, where would you take him? Palermo's, 100%.
Palermo's, yeah.
The BBC recently posted an article about the best pizza restaurants in Chicago, and this is their list. Have you been to them? 1, best for thin crust diehard, Pat's Pizzeria on North Lincoln Avenue. Have not. 2, best for a true working class thin crust pizza, the original Vito and Nick's Pizza. I've had that before. It's okay, but I'm not a fan of thin crust. Best for a chef-driven tavern-style pizza, Pizza Mata. Nope. Best for vegetarians, deep dish, My Pie. Nope. Best for a taste of 1940s original deep dish, Lou Malnati's. Yep, I've had that before. It's pretty good. Best for a great deep dish pan pie, Labrato. Nope. Best for a tastiest crust, George deep dish. Nope, haven't had that either. And best pie for true stuffed pizza indulgence, Nancy's in the West Loop. I've had that before. So, I still prefer Palermo's, and that's what I would give Jez. Pat Rock says,
I want a deep dish, bro. I want deep dish pizza.
Yeah. Pat Rock says, what's worse to the Halo community, Sprint or PlayStation? Sprint, I think, clearly. Sprint.
Yeah. Sprint's evil, man.
Sprint's an evil. Yeah. Chimeric Chasm says, hey, Rand, hope you're starting to feel better. I am, thank you. My question, perhaps a slightly depressing one for both of you lads, but say push comes to shove and you two really do choose to change the names of this podcast at some point due to the changes in Xbox landscape, where perhaps you want a name that is aimed at gaming as a whole rather than only Xbox in the title. Have either of you two got any ideas what you could rename the show going forward? I would hope it still contains something that captures the same feel that the Xbox 2 does, where it captures the idea of two friends talking passionately about games and gaming news. Some examples, Gamer Guys Gab or Double Player Dialogue. Regardless, if you stick with your classic name or rebrand with something new, I'm sure myself as well as the rest of your fans will follow you. So take care, guys. It's funny. It stems off of what I said during Mr. Maddie's and Clogg's thing about the podcast. Yeah, I don't know why people clipped that and made it like, oh, Rand hates Jez or whatever it was, or doesn't even want to podcast with Jez because Jez sucks or whatever. And the funny thing is, I said that exactly. said that exact same shit on this show. I said to you, Jez, you hate Nintendo because you hate Nintendo, and you don't play PlayStation games, and you're proud of that. I was like, well, if we were gonna do something more general, I'd probably have to choose somebody else. But the whole thing was like we didn't choose to do anything differently, because we had those discussions when Xbox turned multi-platform. You were pushing for the changes. You came to me and you were like, we need to change the name of the podcast. We need to do all. I'm like, no, we're gonna keep it the same because that's what it is. This is what we do. And I was like, we obviously didn't do anything different. I mean, we kind of shortened the abbreviation to call it the XB2 rather than the Xbox 2, but that is, it's neither here nor there. But
it's also a copyright thing.
Yeah, but people made it out to be this big thing, and I'm just like, why? Like, I don't understand. Like, it wasn't a big thing. It's just, and it wasn't. We had that discussion. People here know because it was joking around, sort of, but I didn't understand why people, one, care, and two, like made it out to be a big deal.
There was just some budders, but like I think like even if Xbox folded shop, I don't think we'd need to change the name of the podcast. We just keep it XB2, get a gaming podcast, and XB2 doesn't have to mean anything.
I suppose
who we are.
I suppose, with Satya not mentioning the name Xbox, what if they change next generation and it's not Xbox anymore? It's Microsoft Gaming. So the Xbox brand doesn't exist. They've changed it. That'd be
insane on the level.
I'm just saying
the name of Twitter to X.
I'm just saying.
But Microsoft is dumb. They did change the name of Microsoft Office to Copilot 365,
right? And you're joking.
Called Microsoft 365 Copilot. That's the name of Office.
That's the next name of the Xbox. It's going to be Xbox Copilot 365. You 100% know Copilot's in there, getting in the name somehow.
Oh God, I hope not.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. I thought that was funny that people were concerned about it. It was like, Rand hates Jez. It's like, no, I've been doing this podcast with Jez for 8 years. We talk all the time. Like, I don't know. People made it out to be a big thing when it was supposed to be sort of like a in-tongue joke or reference to something I already said on this show that we already joked about. We joked about this. I was like, Jazz, and you were like, yeah, you hate Nintendo, and you're like, yeah, I do. I'm like, you don't play PlayStation games. You're like, I don't.
I don't hate Nintendo.
You hate Nintendo. I just think
they're garbage.
Hate them so much.
I don't hate them. I just don't care about them, man.
Right. So it was like
I don't care about PlayStation either, but I would play their games and discuss their news and just comment it more from a PC gamer kind of aspect, because like I will just, if Xbox went away tomorrow, I'm already like half a foot into PC.
Would you be heartbroken if they went away?
No,
I
wouldn't.
Because people always like. You were telling me that people were saying that I was emotional about the changes in Xbox, and the reason I didn't want to do the show the past week was because I was hiding.
Yeah, some fanboys were, but fanboys chat shit all the time, don't they?
But I don't understand why that makes sense, or why would they even say that? Why would I hide?
Well, it's just those notorious accounts on Twitter, for one thing.
But even so, it doesn't make any sense. What's there to hide from? Like, I'm not emotionally attached to Xbox. Like, I like Xbox. I don't agree with a lot of their decisions they made recently, but if you're asking me where I want to play all my games, Xbox is it right now. Will that be this place in the future with this PC thing? We'll see how that works. If it works perfectly, it probably will be. If it doesn't, I don't know. I do have a PC here. But the idea, I just find the idea of like, oh my God, he's so upset. He's so scared that he's running. He doesn't, like, bro, I've been doing this show for 8 years through the good times and the bad times, and didn't run from shit. Like, I'm not emotionally attached to this stuff like you guys are. It's not my identity. If anything, like,
there are some of those notorious YouTubers that like are lamenting the death of the console war because they know it's their livelihood and their channel.
I mean,
it's built around console war.
Because if Xbox,
they don't talk about games, they don't talk about tech or hardware. They don't talk about the industry from a business perspective like we do. all they talk about is Xbox bad, Xbox
Yeah.
dead, and a lot of these channels are going to be fucked without that.
That's what I'm
They are
saying.
going to be
Like,
fucked.
if Xbox went away tomorrow, a lot of these PlayStation podcasts would have literally nothing to talk about.
No.
Because PlayStation
You know,
doesn't.
my biggest article this year was not about Xbox. It was about artificial intelligence. So
Yeah.
like, don't bother me. I don't need Xbox for my livelihood. I work for a tech site, and I can cover technology. But what are these YouTubers going to do? How's the YouTube algorithm going to punish them when they try and go up against people like like ACG or Skill Up or something like that? Are they going to talk about games, or do they completely lack the nuance to do such things and speak about art and talk about the business, or can they only just sort of pedal to the lowest common denominator, which is fanboy drivel?
It's just, I don't know. It's just funny.
They're the scared ones, and they're projecting.
I don't know.
It is funny. It's funny, bro.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know why you would think that. I mean, don't project your insecurities onto somebody else, because I'm not attached to this shit like you guys are. So if you're thinking that I skipped because I was hiding because I'm so afraid of what Xbox is doing, that you're projecting your insecurities onto me, because I'm not attached to this shit whatsoever. I like doing the podcast with Jez, which is why we still do the podcast. I play on Xbox. It's where I like to play. We talk about the industry. We talk about the games we play. Talk about everything that relates to all this stuff. If Xbox went away tomorrow, I could still do the show. I just talk about other stuff. I talk about the games and everything else. I mean, nothing hardly would change. Maybe the show wouldn't be 4 hours because, maybe there's only enough for 2 hours or whatever. But yeah, I'm not attached to this. I'm not emotionally attached to this stuff like Xbox, like some people are attached to their whole thing. I don't know. We got Glenn. Says, greetings. I like your thoughts on Satya Nadel's recent comment. Gaming's competition is not other gaming. Gaming's competition is short form video. There are multiple ways of construing this comment. He could be saying something about gaming in general. In that case, I think it's not very insightful or interesting and is just designed to surprise and delight Microsoft shareholders. What would be more interesting is if he were instead saying something about Microsoft gaming specifically, namely that they aren't going after PlayStation gamers anymore. Instead, they're gearing themselves to attract TikTok users. This chimes with Xbox's surrendering their competition against Sony and their de-emphasis of their console and increased focus on mobile. Do you think Nadella's comment can be construed as signaling a shift towards competing with TikTok more so than with other console gaming? And if so, what do you think it says about the future of Microsoft Gaming's first-party output? All the best, Glenn. It's a good question.
We did talk about that a little bit earlier, how Satya says all this shit about TikTok and things like that, but they're not really shown that they've got any kind of strategy to meet those users, but maybe like you said, maybe those comments were designed to signal that they do have a strategy, or they do plan on having some kind of strategy to address that, right? Because I was sort of clowning on them earlier for bitching about TikTok, but not having a sort of solution to that shit. So maybe they do have a plan in mind for that stuff, but it really does remain to be seen. But I kind of believe, my conspiracy theory is that OD might be this, because OD, obviously, it does seem to be it's like an anthology of games, and they does seem to have like a sort of a PT-ness about it, like how PT was in sort of small areas, maybe where you do puzzles and then weird shit happens, and maybe it's maybe there's clippable reactions that people will be able to have.
I mean, sure, you
maybe
could probably have
unique dynamic
reactions, but I mean, could you play it through TikTok? Probably not. I don't have TikTok. I don't use TikTok, so I'm not sure how TikTok is as a can you game on it? I mean, I know it's
this. No, well, actually, well, some of the platforms have been experimenting with this. Like YouTube has an experiment where you can play games through YouTube.
Right.
And I'm not talking about Stadia. I'm talking about actual full HTML5 mobile games, like Cut the Rope and shit like that.
Sure, but
so I do wonder if they might try a play like this, because someone noticed that OD store listing only lists Xbox Cloud Gaming as a platform.
Well, I mean, the rumor was that it originally was a Google Stadia game. that he was making,
Yeah,
which was cloud.
Google Stadia
So
game may be cloud native. So could this be some kind of like a game that could be delivered via TikTok? Could this be that kind of game? You know, there is another game that's kind of similar to this called, and I've talked about it before, Love and Deep Space. Have you heard of Love and Deep Space, Ryan?
I think so. Yes, I want to say
It's
maybe.
it's a Guna game for girls.
Maybe not. No, I haven't heard of it then.
So it's a game you play vertically on your phone with photorealistic characters and Unreal Engine. I think they use Unreal Engine's MetaHuman tech. I think anyway. Maybe it's a proprietary engine. I don't know for sure. But and basically what you do is you gamble to get like the sexy scenes, and it's like an ongoing story, like a Telltale game, but played entirely in vertical video, and you sort of like interact with the game by tapping and stuff like that. And that kind of like that game is super popular right now. You've never heard of it, but it's really, really popular. I think it's a Korean game. It's made in Korea. So that might be the way some of this shit goes. Maybe there's a vertical version of OD that you can play via TikTok. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it seems like maybe OD was originally kind of made to be that way. So, because if they were to change that for all their games, and that's a huge, massive sift. I still think it's an easy way to explain why their games are multi-platform, and it's like, well, actually, PlayStation's not a competitor anymore. This thing is. That's why we're here, because we want to be in front of everybody's eyes, more so than singling a shift of, actually, we're going to be changing all of our gaming development for all of our studios, and we're going to be making these games more bite-sized to be played vertically on a phone or in some manner. You know what I mean? I think it's...
They'll experiment.
I think it's just more of Satya's vision of before, where he didn't want exclusives. And he wanted stuff everywhere. And if he said if he had his way, that's what it would be. And that's how it's ended up. I could be wrong. Maybe it does signal some shift inside Xbox where they're going to make games for people with short attention spans. I don't know how that would work, but let's go along that line. But I think it's more of like Satya basically saying, I got my way. Like, we're everywhere. We want to be the biggest publisher. We're on all the devices. We're on PC and console and TV and all this stuff. And that's our competition. And it's kind of it's explaining why they're there. Like, that's what we're fighting against. So that's why all of our stuff is on every screen. Not necessarily like, oh, well, we're actually going to change how games are made to compete with that stuff. Like, so I don't know. I don't know, because you think about it, if you were really changing that, that's a lot of risk to take. Because what happens if you change development of something and then it falls off? Like, if you were to make Call of Duty for a TikTok audience or something in that manner, what would that even look like? And then what happens if you do it wrong? Do you torpedo the franchise? Like, you can't clearly change all of your dev studios to do something like that. It would have to be maybe a select one. Maybe OD is a good intro because it was originally designed to be cloud only and horror themed, but even still, it's like, if it's just reactions of people uploading their reactions to TikTok, that's one thing. But does that interest anybody on TikTok to actually play the game? If they can't play it through TikTok themselves, I don't know. It's an interesting dilemma, an interesting thing to think about. And maybe, these $1 trillion companies maybe are thinking about that. But I don't know. I think it's more Satya kind of doing victory laps and being like, yeah, we're everywhere like I want it to be. More so than signaling a shift, but we'll see. What was the question from last week, Jez? We got two more.
It's at the top of the previous thread from someone whose name began with the
Lee
G.
Sanders says, so with Game Pass, I'm in deep Power Washer Simulator and now Supermarket Simulator, enjoying itching that satisfying OCD itch. What games have you played that have caught you off guard and been time sinks? I mean, most recently is probably...
Supermarket.
It's probably like Vampire Survivors when that came out. I played that a lot.
Have you tried Ball Pit yet,
Not
Ryan?
yet. I have not tried Ball X Pit. Would I like it?
You don't pronounce the X, bro.
It's in the name. Why wouldn't you pronounce it?
Because it's like when there's an X in an anime thing, you don't pronounce it.
You don't announce it in anime stuff either. So why is it even there?
It's cool.
Why not
it's an
just call
X.
it
It's
Ball
cool.
Pit instead of Ball X Pit?
It is called Bill Pit.
It's called Bill Pit.
No, it's called Ball Pit. Not
So,
called Ball.
so it's not called Ball X Pit. Nobody calls it that.
I mean, I'm sure people do, but it's meant to be just Ball Pit.
Okay.
Ball Pit.
Would I like it?
Yeah. If you like Vampire Survivors, do you ever play Breakout as a kid?
Yeah, I played Breakout.
So it's Breakout on steroids.
Mm.
It's fantastic, man. It's absolutely fantastic. It's crack. It's absolute crack. It's really satisfying. Playing with balls for hours and hours and
Yeah,
end.
you would love playing with balls. Lee Sanders also says, "Evening both. Hope you're well. So with the news of the more expensive Xbox, this to me sounds like Xbox are aiming to it to be a low-end PC like Steam Deck, thus distancing itself away from the market that the PlayStation is in, and further cementing that I'm only buying that console where I have my library and still partake in Game Pass. And with people like myself only being able to afford one console, at what stage does companies like Nintendo and Sony realize the only way to my wallet is through Xbox? Surely the Helldivers' success is showing that money on dormant titles like God of War, Spider-Man, etc. would sell on Xbox and gift them a nice chunk of change for little effort. Well, they may view the audience as not big enough to warrant potential damage it would bring to PlayStation by putting their premier franchises on Xbox, even if it would make them money. Because honestly, Mario and would make more money if it was also on PC and everywhere as well. I mean, that's just the nature of like being able to sell it to the biggest user base. But what's best, they may look at it as like what's best for the platform is for God of War to remain exclusive. Even if they would make more money by putting it on Xbox, they might feel the damage from putting it there would be not worth, the juice isn't worth the squeeze, so to speak. And so when you say like at what point does companies like Nintendo and Sony realize that the only way to your wallets through Xbox? They may think they don't care about your wallet because you're not a big enough audience to care about. So, but that's how they could view it. Where they're like, hey, Lee Sanders is on Xbox and he's only ever going to buy things from Xbox. We're never going to be able to get his wallet. It's like that GIF where it's like, anyways, right? Like that the guy from like Top Gear or whatever is like, so anyways, like they may just be like, whatever. It's the cost of doing business, I guess.
Think
you're never going to get everybody.
The way Sony's approaching it is like they think the least amount of harm is to do it after the fact on PC. And like I'm someone exactly who there's nothing Sony could do to get me to buy a PlayStation. Absolutely nothing. The only thing that could happen is if Xbox completely exits the market and I end up in a situation where it's like, you know what, I can't be bothered with this PC stuff. Now I'll get a PlayStation. As long as Xbox exists and I can buy all the games I want to buy on it, like, or at least the vast majority of them, then there's just nothing that can do to get me to buy a PlayStation. So maybe Sony's thought process is like, we'll wait that kind of user out. We'll wait for Xbox to exit stage left because, nothing's guaranteed in this life. And like in the event that Xbox does keel over and give up, then maybe I would consider getting a PlayStation. But there's absolutely no reason for me to buy one right now. Like there's no reason for you to buy one. So maybe they're just thinking like we just help by going ahead with this, we're kind of helping Xbox to limp along and reducing the chance that those kind of users like Jez or Lee eventually come to our platform. And maybe they're just like, we can sort of take a Helldivers thing because it helps Arrowhead for one thing, and also it's not exactly their game, and well, it is their game, but it's not their game at the same time. You know what I mean? So they're not really losing out anything with Helldivers, and also Helldivers are kind of game where you need a big platform. And it's Sony are putting other games on Xbox like Marathon, which we'll see how well Marathon does, but looking at the latest issues with Bungie and Destiny, I'm not exactly super confident about that. But I do imagine that PlayStation's planning to bring other service games to Xbox if they ever manage to narrow one down. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe there is a point where PlayStation is just like, you know what, fuck it. God of War and Xbox. Let's go. Maybe they just see how much money Microsoft's making and just think Microsoft's gonna keep subsidizing Xbox using our money. So we should try and subsidize PlayStation using their money, We'll see what happens. Could go either
Alright.
way.
So what was the question from last week that someone put in
So,
there?
let me just try and find it.
While you're doing that, I got a super chat here from Gary who says, I think one ran Xbox Series X lost this gen is because there's no innovation in the controller or the GPU or the user interface like PS5 and the DualSense. Series X felt like a GPU upgrade, not a new console. I mean, there are definitely people that feel like that it didn't feel like a new generation. Remember those articles? Xbox is robbing us of a next gen thrill, right? Because they were doing cross gen. And the dashboard was exactly the same, so it really felt like an extension of last gen rather than like a completely new break. Which, you know, PlayStation had a brand new user interface and all that sort of stuff, and a new controller with haptics. You know, Xbox went for the idea of like, God, what was the thing? Smart delivery, where it was like, you know, PlayStation just had PS5 versions and PS4 versions, where Xbox was like, this is just this one version. I mean, clearly when you look at it, like who sold the most and whatever, like I guess maybe PlayStation's decision was the right one, because Xbox has kind of moved away from all that anyways, their new business strategy. So I don't know. It's tough to say because when the console first came out, it was selling better than any of their other consoles ever at this, you know, during the same time span. And that was even during a pandemic, so it was.
We talked about like I've got this conspiracy theory that they fucked up a tender for chips.
Yeah, and then like they outsold PlayStation for like 6 quarters, and Satya was out there bragging about the console and how well it was selling and stuff, and then all of a sudden, 2022 hit. I really do think it was 2022. It was Starfield and Redfall got delayed. They didn't have anything. The Series X was not available. It was just a Series S, and people didn't want that. And it was like that was it. It was downhill from there essentially.
And they had no stock, and they've never had stock since.
So I don't know.
I think some of it is cloud. I think some of it is like they've been putting chips in the cloud, but I guess I don't know. Maybe we'll never know. We'll never know.
Did you find the question?
Yeah, I did. So this question comes from Glyphia, who says, talking about Xbox price hikes, growing up, we didn't have a lot of money, so I would always look forward to Christmas growing up 2 or 3 years after a console came out, because it was assumed they would be hundreds of dollars cheaper. Do you think since these consoles are still so expensive, they are alienating poorer families, cutting into new and younger lifelong subscribers and adopters? I mean...
Yes, 100%. 100%.
Purchasing power is higher than it was back then. So even though the prices have gone up, the amount of purchasing power that people have on average has also gone up. So there is that aspect to consider. But there's also like back when we were kids, like gaming was considered something you did for kids, right? But these days, like PlayStation and Nintendo, PlayStation and Xbox at least, are very much targeting adults with disposable income. So they don't care about locking the kids in. They want the adults' money, right? And if the adults love that stuff enough, then they'll try and indoctrinate their kids to become a PlayStation or Xbox gamer on top. Xbox did try to account for this, which is why their Series S exists. And they also, like in their court cases, talk about how like Game Pass is like a cheaper option than buying each game piecemeal, and it still is. Even at $30 a month, it's still cheaper. If you were someone who wanted to buy all those games, or even like half the games, it's still going to work out cheaper overall than if you'd bought them separately. So like, I would argue that like there is definitely some alienation, but at the same time, Xbox has been pretty. This is something people don't talk about enough. It's that Xbox has been like more aggressive than Sony in supporting the Xbox One. So like people don't feel like they need to upgrade from the Xbox One to the Xbox Series S and X in a greater march than they do on PlayStation. Because Xbox has still been supporting that past system, and a lot of the big service games, especially Call of Duty, Minecraft, Fortnite, Roblox, they're still very popular on Xbox One. So I think like we look at it through a lens of console sales, but like Microsoft very much looks at it like, well, this is our user base. An Xbox One user spending money on Roblox on Xbox One is identical to that same user spending that same money on Xbox Series S and X, which is why, really, in a way, calling the Xbox Series S and X a new console is kind of a misnomer, they are kind of like the Xbox One S Pro and the Xbox One X Pro. They're not really new consoles in that sort of universe. Sure, they've stopped selling the Xbox One, but they haven't really given people enough of a reason to upgrade. Maybe if they'd baked in planned obsolescence like Apple does with its products. Like iPhones are designed to break, so you have to buy a new one. Microsoft designed the Xbox One X apparently to last until the end of time because they were so scared of it overheating and shit like that. So, you know, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, really. And when they did come out with a cheaper console, everyone was like, "Oh my god, the Xbox Series S is holding the gen back. It sucks." You know, nobody thought about like, "Oh, actually, this is a good system for like people who want to buy a console for their kid and stuff like that." Is there more that could do for families? Yeah, family plan for Game Pass. Where the fuck is that? That'd be fantastic.
EA nixed it, like you said.
EA nixed it, yeah, but kick EA out of the program, man. Maybe it's a family plan. You don't get a EA games.
They can't because they got to keep the price high, and if they lose EA is a big part of the price of Game Pass Ultimate. So if you lost,
maybe the primary account holder keeps it, but then you pay like, I don't know, $3 or $4 to add an extra person
it's just funny
to the plan, like
that
Netflix.
Like EA was like a dissenter, considering they don't even put their games day one on Game Pass. It's like a year later or whatever it is, or 6 months later. It's like whatever.
Fuck EA, man.
EA good old EA.
EA's trash.
Yeah, you know what? We're well over the 4-hour time limit. We did have a lot to talk about. So
we did. How long have we been podcasting now?
4 hours and 15, 20 minutes or something. I'm getting hungry awesome. Though. But I haven't eaten anything yet today. So thank you guys for hanging out with us on this Monday. Code Eastwood and Mag are going to be starting their show in 20 minutes. So go over there and see what they got to say about stuff. But we will be back Friday, probably, hopefully, for another episode of Xbox 2. Regular time. We should have a Xbox 2 plus 1 next week. And all that good stuff. Follow Jez and myself on Twitter. Check out our Patreon, patreon.com/XB2. Links in the description. And our sponsor for this episode, Surfshark, which is surfshark.net/XB2. Links in the description for all that good stuff.
Also, discord.gg/XB2. Going to be giving away at least one copy of Arc Raiders Xbox Anywhere.
If you want
maybe
one.
2 copies. I think I might have 2 codes. But
there you go.
Discord.gg/XB2, and I'll put that giveaway up in the next 24 hours.
Yep. So have a good rest of the week, and we'll see you on Friday, everybody. Later.